Sig, get out. Sig, get away.
Oh shit, getting flanked. Okay, I see. Oh, I got taken off my horse. Oh my god. Yeah, I didn't get away in time. There's so many of them on me. Holy shit. Bringing a fucking army from that supply point they just captured.
This is bad. I'm trying to defend our artillery as much as I can. My health is low as fuck. I'm 20 seconds off my heal.
Then those guys get ammo.
I'm dead. No way. I gotta wait for a heal. Yep.
Oh my god. What a god. Oh my god. I'm bringing my units back.
I'm coming. I'm gonna flank this fucking shield. Never mind. Oh, there's too many heroes back there. Sig, flanked. We're surrounded, Sig.
Oh shit, oh shit. Oh, my javelins just fucked up that flank. Oh, they're getting chomped. They're getting chomped. No. Oh. It's unlocked by a fucking spear and dual blades. Or no, Nadachi and dual blades at the same time.
Oh,
dang. Today I'm going to bring you guys the
two
settings. If you guys see Radeon control panel settings or AMD Radeon settings, there is a separate video which is 80 for this video. So now that I know which graphics card I have installed, I can exit out of both.
Contesting that shit.
No, it's my first death.
Navigate to the top left hand side to the help tab.
Oh no.
Yo, are you guys out here again?
Yeah.
Alright, I think I'm gonna hop off on my computer.
Gotta
Hold the
said,
fuck
hey
down.
guys, welcome back.
Alright.
Alright, man.
So, we got like 10 minutes to boot it up.
Gotta said we are going to help a guy with his PC.
Welcome.
Perfect timing. Alright, so what am I doing?
Ah, shit. Sick. How do we stop this match? Oh, well. Guess you're listening to her for a second while we do this one.
Do I have that? I don't think I have that, Chief. Oops. Am I doing everything right so far? This is the one.
Did I do good?
The fuck? I might just put the
Sick. Are the grenade throwers any good?
other garbage.
Oh, no.
I mean, if you have to use them for challenges, use them for challenges. But they
What's your
fucking blow
answer?
shit. Like, they can do damage, but... Okay, technically, I would use them over any archer unit, personally, because I don't like archer units. But, that's just me.
And I could have added another unit. I oofed. I mean, it wouldn't have been a great unit, but I still could have added another unit.
Look at it like this real.
What is
Yeah,
MFM. That's Jay right there.
Huh?
This dude's taking forever to load. His voice not even got any progress.
It's my alt account. It's on my phone. Imagine Conqueror's Blade Mobile.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's cancer.
Fuck.
He's some puppy boy. Yeah, sick. I'm pretty sure I'm keeping this puppy.
Confused.
Yeah.
Gotta said, hey, my boobs aren't that
He's a
big, but I'm
good
glad
boy.
you noticed.
There we go.
Don't know what his name's gonna be yet, though. Gotta wait for that personality to come in, I guess.
Is this it now?
Oh man, someone hopped on the Scorpion I wanted to use.
What the fuck is going on? Oh. Okay, okay. I'm tripping. I'm tripping. I would know. No, I don't think so.
I got fucking killed by a ballista, I believe.
First time
Yeah.
I'm feeling these specs. Is it good? Scale of 1 to 10. 10 being a $10,000 PC, 1 being a $500 PC. You trying to cook me? What? No,
Well, I think it's gonna make it run hotter. Like,
Oh, holy shit! I just ninja past all their asses.
Just seconds. Mm-hmm.
Me and this glaive dude are like deep
Oh,
behind
I
their
got
walls.
you. I got you. Wait, which one? This one?
archers just got fucking fucked. Oh.
So I go to performance. Hell yeah. Wait, did I just install the Trojan horse virus?
Yep, you're fucked. We got you.
Yo, we need to ban her off Twitch too, man.
Nice.
Look at this. It's toxicity.
I mean, that's it. She told you. Gullible ass. I'm.
I got knocked off the fucking.
Alright, that's it. Hey, Gucci.
Information. After a few
Oh my
moments, the
God.
system and the system.
Me and this glaive dude had so many of them just chasing us outside their wall. Saying,
Make sure that you follow
That
along
was-
with these
shit was
options as closely as
hilarious.
possible. 10, 11, and 12 games. Going into the
Speaking
settings
of,
options,
B's about to
turn
get
this on,
B's
allow
getting
sharpness to be
pushed
set to
hard. We're about to
50%
break
with a
through
low
on
frame
it.
rate of 0.17.
Good
And
shit.
if you guys have supporting
Keeping
graphics
them
cards and have the
kinda
option to
distracted
enable
over
too,
here at
make
the
sure you do enable
walls.
the option for GPU
Helping
scaling,
too,
as this
at
will
least.
enable a bunch of custom resolution and native resolution. You should always have this enabled if you can. Next up is going to be ambient occlusion.
Is it okay if I
Ambient
have...
occlusion is going to be recommended.
Yo,
to
this
set to
already
performance
looks
option.
better, yo.
Anisotropic filtering is going to be set to application.
Crazy. Guys, I might not have to make my game look like robots. There's a possibility. Alright, what next? Top to bottom. Top to bottom. Do not say top to bottom. Something like this. And then click links. Oh, okay. Oops. Yeah. This is not. There we go. What the fuck is going on? Yeah, probably should have spelled it. Alright. Oh my. Alright. I'm sharpening.
Anti-aliasing FXAA, I recommend turning to the off position. Anti-aliasing gamma correction, application, turning this on. Anti-aliasing mode should be set to application.
Oh, let's go. How did the thing do? Yeah. So I just click performance. That's it. You said other things, but oh, application controls.
Application control. Anti-aliasing transparency should be switched to off. CUDA GPUs should be set to all. And
Anything else?
that now brings us down to DSR factors, which is dynamic super resolution. This
So get on A to cap it.
allows you to play games and render them at a higher resolution than your native monitor supports, allowing you to play 1440p, 4K, up to 8K. You should always have this option enabled, even if you don't wish to use it. You should always have this enabled for supports, allowing you to play 1440p, 4K, up to 8K possible. If you are going
That's
to
a lot of
enable
units.
this, 0. And that brings us down to low latency.
You
which is
still
the most
alive?
important
I'm gone.
Oh no, that's a lot of units. Oh no. Oh my god. Barely made it out of that shit. Oh, and here they come. Knocked him off his horse, Black. Get him. He killed me. I used all my skills that I had on him. Didn't have my ulti ready. If I did, he would have been dead.
options with the side effect. For low latency mode, if you guys are capable of getting over about 80 FPS in most games, I'd recommend switching this to the on position. If you guys are running on a 240Hz monitor, set this to 240. If you're running on a 144Hz monitor, set this to 144. Do bear in mind that games will not run past this FPS, and this FPS
You
will
got
be a
50
hard cap at a
seconds,
driver
and
level,
I'm gonna be
allowing you
dead
guys for a
for
lot
30
faster
hours.
frame times and more stable frame times, so you'll be left with a more stable game. But for most of you watching this video, I would
Don't
recommend
have
turning
enough
this off.
people.
Monitor technology, if G-Sync
After a point, unless I can still be. Unless I can still be, there's no way.
is available to you with inside of
They're
you,
all
can
There's
fighting
no
for
way
themselves.
I'm
There is a
gonna
brief
get to
explanation on
be.
the right hand side of the screen. GL rendering
And it's
GPU,
too many.
switching this off of
GG.
auto select and selecting the graphics card on which we have installed. Power management mode, again this is
Should have used my spells. I do this too often. Don't use my space urgents.
Oh yeah.
I then don't get the chance to.
This one? So this one. Oh yeah. I like the way that sounds.
One of the most important options with Inside of Fear for ensuring that you guys are getting the best FPS is to highest available. Shader cache should be switched to the on position. Texture filtering and
Need 16 of them bitches.
Wait, y'all are out of the game?
Yeah.
Astropic sample
Alright, I'm about to be
optimizations
done.
switched to
I'm
on.
assuming.
Texture filtering
Wait,
and
can I
astropic
hit enter game? Or will that fuck this up?
You should probably just wait.
Alright.
optimizations should be switched to the on position. Texture filtering negative below key.
Oh yeah, I got some fucking nice ass fists.
I'm assuming it's this one.
Bias should be set to allow. Texture filtering quality should be switched off of quality and set to high performance.
I want you to know, I do not care about how the game looks. I'm just trying to get around. But I think you know that. Because sometimes I lag so bad, I lag into the past. With Vlad and Sick have seen that. Nice. God damn.
on. Threaded optimization should be set to auto. Dribble buffering should be turned off. For vertical sync, we're going to go inside of the 3D option and switching this to off. And last but not least, going down to the bottom to virtual reality pre-rendered frames and setting this to 1. And that concludes. The best settings. Once you guys have got all of those options set up correctly, take yourself to the bottom right hand side and click the apply button. You can then take yourselves over to the left hand side once again to configure surround. With inside of it, go to the physics settings, go to the processor, go to the drop down menu and select your graphics card once again.
Okay now? Or you're saying we're good now? I cannot be the case. There we go.
Again, make sure that you press apply after setting all of these changes. You can then navigate over to the change resolution. Tab. Starting off by selecting our main monitor on the left hand side. You may have more than one monitor connected to your PC and you'll see them all listed here. We're going to start off by going over to our main monitor, selecting the highest resolution under the PC category available. For me that's going to be 1920 by 1080, and ensuring that you've got your refresh rate set up correctly by going to the drop down menu and selecting the highest refresh rate inside of here. For me I have 240 Hz. You can then scroll all the way down to the bottom, come down and select the option for using video color settings. Make sure this is set to full in the bottom right hand side and press apply. Make sure that you accept the changes by selecting yes. You can
No idea. Should not be the other one. Oh, this is the other one. Yeah.
Trying to see what its display resolution is. You gotta just right click your desktop and hit display settings, I believe. Personalize for that.
This seems to be the one.
This. What are we in? Just like expedition.
Chill. Wait for real? Yeah. Oh. This makes sense, dude. I can only play. Oh, for real? This one? No. I can only like play a game for like 10 minutes. It is? See? Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay.
You can then navigate back over to the left hand side to adjust desktop color settings. With inside of here, it's recommended that you go down to the bottom to the apply the following enhancements, go to the digital vibrance tab, and I recommend bumping this up from 50%. I personally like the value of 80 as it makes everything look a lot more vibrant, adds a lot of saturation to colours, as my monitor is typically very washed out from stock, so tune this to your personal preference. Once you've selected a value you're happy with, make sure that you go to the bottom right hand side and apply that value. Show all full screen if you wish to have whatever game it is at any resolution for the entire screen. But for any of you guys that run on pixel,
Probably never. I don't know, this isn't mine. It's my uncle's. Like, I'd assume, I don't know. I don't know what that means. Go 14. Am I about to get hacked?
No. You're
Trying to
not
hack my
about to be
computer?
hacked.
Take control of it? That's what
You can
transformer.
if you want us to.
Go right there? Yeah.
It's T1, it's TI.
Oh. Yeah, what I do, like, that's it. Just like this. Damn, that's a whole lot of megabytes. Bruh. There's another one. Oh. Wait, this one here. What is the difference? Oh, I'm sleeping. This one? No idea. Does it look like a 64-bit?
I'm rocking that short bow, man.
Here?
Do you mean to do that?
Cool, bro. Very cool, very cool. Ornament suit. That's okay. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah. Alright, cool. And roll. Yeah, look how expensive this is. Oh, never mind.
That's not the price. What the fuck?
I just do it. Oh, it's for free.
Oh, I realized I was muted. Fucking shit. Oof.
I'm starting to wonder. I didn't hear that whole game.
What'd you say oh shit about?
Sure. Yes.
Oh, I said, oh shit, you're rocking that sharp belt.
Oh,
But yeah, I'm
You
not gonna remember this type of shit. I
you
just
just
get
kind of like
notifications about it.
decided to try it, or
yeah, I don't like it.
yeah, I'm not a huge fan. It's great for duel, just because it gets you out of stuns, like no other. Like every ability gets you out of dazed or stunned or something. But it's shit for doing damage to like units or players. Like if you're standing back, the longbow's far superior in damage. It is. Like did you see that that 12 shot that I shoot? Like every
Yeah.
I don't know how, I think it's like 10 seconds or something. The headshots deal 2,000 damage a piece.
That's nice.
Yeah, that like if you can line it up to go across the heads of a bunch of units. I mean, it doesn't shoot through shields, but if it's like halberdiers or something, it melts.
No problem. You not really care. I have 3 emails, so. Oh wait. Any more? Did I launch this? Told you. I got low. Oh, I got you.
If you go install NVIDIA GeForce, it should automatically update your drivers for you, or tell you that you need to update them when a new one comes out.
Gotcha. What'd you say?
From August of this year.
Hell yeah. What the fuck? Yo. This shit is whack.
Dude's about to
That's
launch the
comedy.
Conqueror's Blade, and it's just gonna be like, holy shit!
I clicked it.
He's gonna be like, I can see clearly now, the lag is gone. I can see all the units that are in my way.
Man, this has been running on. Oh my god.
This is fucking weird. Oh shit. No, I don't have. I only have like 200 megabytes on the C drive. Oh no, this is only a couple hundred. That should be good. Yo, Vlad and Sig, check out the two videos I put in memes. The first one's a lot better, but they're both pretty good. Also, Sig, if you look at the pictures above it, that's my entire alliance. What's it called? That's my entire alliance's like territory. It's all that green that they have. Coincidence? I think.
People look before the game starts. I walk away from my computer.
Oh shit, we can't turn it to a match.
Right click on. There it is. Gotcha. Oh, that's a lot more than I thought. Holy shit. Oh! Sorry. I'm gonna do. What does that mean?
She got you.
Can I restart it? Can I cancel?
GG, bro.
Do I hit cancel?
Jay,
Close
see you
window?
after Christmas when you buy a new PC.
I'm canceling it. Oh shit. I think it's breaking right now.
Open, holy shit.
Famous last word.
Okay.
Uh,
What do I do now? Oh well. The unfortunateness of me.
That's why you're getting bloatware, because you didn't do custom install. Yeah, a lot of times they'll bundle softwares in, which I mean, it's shit that's coming with NVIDIA, so nothing's gonna mess up your computer really, but it's extra shit that you don't want.
Oh god.
It's installing,
That's
like,
terrible.
it might come with McAfee antivirus, and you might already have antivirus and not give a fuck. You know what I mean? Like, what is this?
this is kind of like King of the Hill.
Can I get rid of this? This tabs? It's garbage. No, this.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Fortnite. Fortnite. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick nap. No, I'm just I feel so included. Can I close this? Okay, what about this? What the hell? Oh, that was close. Which one? Oh, Windows.
Oh my god, the motherfucking. Sig, they're getting big, go to be.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, this isn't mine, so I wouldn't know.
Fuck.
Yeah, pretty much. Bruh. Are you kidding me right now? You're telling me this thing is gonna take up almost 19 gigabytes? Listen, man, this is exactly why I told you I should have done it on D. I got 911 gigabytes free. But then you told me to close it. What the fuck was that? Oh my god, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is happening? Even this?
I need help at C, Sig.
I'm the only thing stopping him from being all over B right now.
How the hell did I gain space? What the fuck just happened?
They got me, they're gonna get it. Our teammate go through.
Okay.
Don't defrag SSDs, only HDDs. If it's a solid state, it doesn't matter. The reason is because hard drives spin and your files get scattered across different spots on the disk, and it has to spin and read to different spots on the disk to be able to access all of one file that you're trying to access, because it's scattered across the disk, and the defrag puts it all the data next to each other on the disk. Yes.
Hell yeah. Don't worry, I got photographic memory, so I won't remember the names.
Man, they got some fucking intense shield wall shit on B now.
Go to A.
Oh.
See?
They're going to see. I'm gonna need you. They're gonna need.
Fuck you.
Killing the trooper units here. You said they're. Oh fuck! They got all three.
Well, hold on now. I think I
I'm
might
coming
use
to
that.
A. I'm coming to A right now.
I'm dead.
Wait, everything? Like everything?
All right, bringing Pac-Man out finally.
I mean,
Six,
what?
go to C. I'm gonna need you there.
Oh fuck! There's a whole shit ton of cavalry coming over to. Oh my god!
We're gonna defend C. Let's get the other ones, and we win.
Which one? Both? All three? Uno, dos, o tres.
Oh my god! I almost died.
Are you sure you're not trying to give me the Trojan horse virus? You're not sure? Oh my god, what do I do? Yes or no? Yes or no? It says, do you want to allow this app to make changes to your device? Windows security. Oh my god. My device may be vulnerable. Oh my god. What have I done? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Three of them on A. One of them's dead.
We went off C.
Are you sure that doesn't just close Discord? Alright, here goes nothing.
What game type was it? Was it like a free battle or something?
I was like king of the hill, basically.
I've never seen it before.
That's enough. I'm going back to heavy armor and longsword. I miss it.
Oh yeah, okay. What the fuck is this, Jay? It memes. Don't understand. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, I think I'm starting to start a fucking quest. No, I don't want to. No, I don't want to start this. Shit, I'm sorry, Vlad. Don't start a game yet. There's just some fucking AI shit to do to start a quest.
Alright.
Try and go quick. It's for the third area. It's like called a village affair or some shit.
Just gonna sit and roast you now.
Ooh, that CPU juice.
I am.
Yeah. Trying to decide which units I should get. I got a silver area. Pretty much I can get a blue unit, any blue unit off the tree for free. I think I'm
Oh,
gonna get the Viper Bowman or the Picture Pike.
both are really good.
Well, alright, so I'm torn because I'm eventually gonna get the a tier 4 unlock too, right?
Yeah.
And a tier 4 unlock when I get the Pike card.
Robo Sig.
Oh. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
From my tier 4 unlock, I'm gonna get Imperial Pike guards, right?
Yeah.
Or I could do Spear Sergeants, I suppose.
Definitely Spear Sergeants, bro. They're definitely better.
Alright, so then I'll go for the Imperial Pike guards right now. And then... Because I'm gonna end up with even more archers, because I'm doing the level 2, or the season 2 challenge for blue archers, and then the next thing I'm gonna unlock through my tree is gonna be the how long.
Oh, it
So that
worked.
makes good sense.
I'm no longer infinitely muted. That shit was fucking retarded.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for the prefecture pike.
Not Spear Sergeants.
No. When I get the tier 4, I'm gonna get spear sergeants with it.
Most likely not. I would seriously.
Right.
I said we do that another time. Oops, no, I didn't. I said we do that another time. Because I don't know. I'll have to ask my uncle. But so far, I think we're Gucci. Did a lot of work today.
Gotta get the juice.
What kind of whack shit is this?
Finally got a purple chest piece. Sick.
Oh yeah.
Not a thing. Purple helmet and glove.
Jace says attempting.
So,
I don't match your 5. Metered connection,
hell yeah.
super installed, and this is all the information that corresponds. Card came out. It'll tell you how many doodads and diodes and diaceses. Actually, that's a church thing, right? Whatever. Fan speed. Where am I throttling? Am I gonna see with its current fan setting? So this is all in the BIOS, by the way. So if you do go and adjust this stuff in another piece of software, these figures are not going to change. This is specific to what the BIOS is saying minimums and maximums are allowed. So you can see default to 83 maximum from the time that the software is open. If we scroll down here, you can see our temperatures. Mainboard temperature. Your chipset has a temperature involved with it. It is an ASIC, so it will report back temperatures. Your CPU, obviously, that's your CPU package. And then temp in 2, temp in 3, 5, and 6.
Doing
Those are
Siege
different
now?
temperature sensors on the board. Some motherboards have
Yo.
additional sensors that you can plug in
Okay.
and wire that sensor to somewhere else so you can monitor things. You can even take.
So what's the deal here? I know you're sponsored. This is where you sell me, huh?
How long are you on for, Sig?
Like another hour or so.
Alright.
Oh, what did I just do? Fuck.
It's called the cup ID.
Right? I was gonna make a joke about that, but I'm too sorry. Oh well. Didn't I just do this? Oh shit. Yo, what the fuck is that? That looks like a bomb, man. This looks like a fucking bomb, dude. What wire do I cut? Which wire do I cut? I'm gonna crank everything to the max, bro. Full power, high energy, no caps. Yeah, you shouldn't say that. Should I just close it then? Can I close this? Let's see.
Oh, here we go, Sig.
This one? This looks like some stuff. Am I? Oh, there it is. Found it. Can I close this thing? I barely see this. Oh, it looks so weird. Look at this. So, wait, is it inverse? What the fuck is happening? Alright, let me stop. I stopped and it's still going. It's crazy. Cool.
Sick. I need help at A.
Units though, just kind of coming in, hero only.
Pac-Man got overwhelmed. I had to run.
Oh my god.
I got some.
Oh, that's
Oh,
not good.
I got a thermometer.
Just get to B.
I'm
Okay,
gonna
champ.
get dead. Yeah,
Gonna get dead.
get to dead. Yeah, that's where I got.
Yes, quickly before I fall asleep.
It's annoying though too, cause like I one shot a dude down to half health, and he just like kept fucking coming.
It's not as annoying as I just watched a teammate fight right beside A for 20 seconds instead of just stepping on it and stopping the cap.
I didn't know you was it.
I'm on my way to B.
Yeah, it's gonna get fucking overwhelmed.
I did not. $2009? That's crazy. This is the best game I've ever seen in my life. Wait, what? Are you watching this video? Or running this game? Am I playing?
And dead to literally fucking being on the ground after falling for 5 years sick. I literally fell and then I could not get up. Like for at least 20 seconds, I was just laying there. And then someone just came along and attacked me.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
I know the
Oh, I'm getting
definition.
triple teamed. Go on.
You
Going
have
over
a
the wall.
pistol,
Going
so-
over the wall. Nope. Dead.
It's gonna be a loss. Our team is actually retarded. Got a lot of melee units. Bring archers, Sig.
All I have left is javelins for range, but
That works.
it'll work.
Just careful because this is gonna be Trebuchet City right here.
A spot to tuck them in here.
Well, it's hard to do that. I'll follow my decks on my phone. Let's create a new folder for this. We'll call it D's PC stuff. Alright. D's PC stuff. Cool. I have a note called Before and After.
Holy fuck. Oh my god.
I am ready for those words to be rendered into my brain. I do on my phone, yes. Mm-hmm.
They're pushing C heavy. Say, get out of there.
Oh my god, I don't know if I can. Nope. Still unlocked by a spear.
Yeah, this is it for C. There's no way.
All I have
Gotta
left is
defend.
pike militia.
All I've got left is halberdiers. Gotta defend home. And this is a loss.
Hmm.
6 minutes of defending home. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah, it seems like what happened.
Oh god.
Okay, cool. Is this a video game?
Sick, get to the home point quickly.
Wait, what? Wait, I'm confused. What? Is that your question? Are you saying don't do anything after or before you save run? Oh, okay. Cool. Wait, what?
Oh, I died. Shit.
But that means I shouldn't click run. Because I'm not supposed to click anything.
That's
That's
all she
GG.
wrote. Yep.
I think I'm supposed to do it anyway.
Not GG, more like
Voice.
RT, retarded team.
We,
So
we
I
still
shouldn't
got pretty
click
damn
run.
close to stopping them.
Am I in the Matrix right now?
Hell
That's
of
how I
a
break out of the Matrix?
for
Okay. See you on the other side,
2/3 of that
please.
time that we needed to.
Yo. That is the best video game I've ever played in my life.
It's a benchmark, my guy. It's not a game. You literally, it's basically, it's more of a video than it is a game.
I know, I'm just fucking with you.
Oh.
Oh. Dude, that was fucking hilarious.
It's a fucking game to you? You think this is funny? You think this is a joke? Why can't we get the good maps anymore, Sig? Like the big red castle. I've got that same shitty map all fucking day, and it makes me sad.
Which map is it? The one with the Arabian looking one?
No, the fucking Asian single point A one.
Oh, yeah. Yo, my temperature is 7. Oh wow, it just jumped up. It was, wait, what the fuck? Okay, it's 50, and now it's 60. And my temperature is slowly rising. It was at 70, now it's at 72. Oh yeah, baby. Don't worry, my bed is like as if I peed in it. It's just all moist.
What am I hearing?
Moist. Moist. Are you subscribed to her Twitch stream?
Yo, I'm actually not. Am I gonna have to?
You're gonna have to drop that Twitch Prime, my guy.
It's below the computer. So like, I'm my nuts, but I'm lifting it right now, and it's like it's. I don't know. Left side, front, middle.
Austy's fucking there.
And shitty map again. Come on.
Yes. Maybe the front, middle. Maybe the back. Oh, it looks like the back. The back is hot as fuck. Yeah, the back is the hottest part. Like back bottom. Back bottom, bottom back. What's the difference? Oh shit, there's actually a big difference. Not right now, I'm laying on my bed. But, oh my god, it's getting hotter, yo. What the fuck is going on?
It's a benchmark. It's stressing your PC as much as it can to
Yo,
see how
what the
good it can run.
fuck, man?
It's stressing it to its max.
Yo, chill.
It's trying to flex you out of.
Your face is a fire hazard. Oh! Alright, I'm making a hover emitter. It's hovering midair. I don't know how it's doing it, but it's doing it. Yo, you're right. What the fuck? Yo, this thing's about to explode. What the fuck did you get me into, yo? Is this like Tron, yo?
It's just gonna stress your computer as much as possible.
I should not have done this. I got peer pressured. And now I'm reaping the consequences.
The consequences are the loss of your account. Goodbye. Imagine.
I'm not either. I think this is a cult. What kind of blocks?
Like spacers. Doesn't matter what it's made out of, as long as it's not like fucking paper or some shit.
How about how about shoebox tops? I got like 4 shoeboxes in my closet, so I can take the tops off of them and put it on each side of the computer. And to make it comfortable, I'll lay a fur blanket on top. Oh, my FPS is and the laptop betrayed you. It do be like that sometimes.
Oh my god. Fucking stunned from this dual bleeder that didn't even know what the fuck he was doing. He knocked me down and he stood over my body for like a full second and a fucking half without doing jack shit. And then like somebody else ran up and killed me. while I was still knocked down. He got the stun off, and that was it. A is in jeopardy.
So how long do I have to watch this? This is my third time around now.
Gotta said hi ? We are helping this guy.
This is nice and all, but... Yo, what the fuck?
Gotta said make this shitty laptop run better.
Okay, I was about to say. Dude, is this benchmark making my computer better? The fuck is
Testing
going
it
on?
how much better it is.
Dude, the frames just doubled. I mean, it's only for certain
Gotta
parts.
said no, it's testing it.
It's fucking doubling. I think my computer is adapting and it's learning. It's cheating the system. If I reset my computer, I'm gonna fall asleep.
Oh.
73/74 degrees Celsius.
Not too bad. Automatic shut off's at 100. You don't really need to worry until you hit 90. But if you hit 100, it's literally boiling temperature, right?
Something like that, yeah.
Deadass is boiling temperature. So if you're at 90 degrees, your computer is almost boiling. Yeah.
Solid 50 to 60 to 70. Like anytime the camera changes, I'm getting either 50, 60, or 70. It's not that consistent.
My javeliners are gonna fucking get toasted.
Dude, if I fall asleep and drop my computer,
Tape it to a different part of your leg or
Meleeing
whatever.
halberdiers because
So
they don't know what
those
the
are the
fuck
different
to do
temperature
because I'm
probes that are
dead.
available there. But about that today, because that's sort ultra, and then preset is on custom because we changed some of those things.
The
So if we
next
go ahead and just say
also.
run and not run it in full screen, you can run it in windowed mode. Then what that will allow you to do is to have your other monitoring software up that you can see that's happening at the same time. So I just wanted to show you here what heaven looks like. And if we look over here at the right though, we'll see we're currently running at 55C on the GPU. We're only getting 30 FPS, but that's because it's a 2070 Super. A great piece of software to use for temperature testing. But we know why you're really here. That's because you want to know what software you should use for overclocking. This is MSI Afterburner. It is the piece of software that all the third parties, all the brands, I don't care who they are, unless you're MSI, because they already have it, that everyone aspires to be when it comes to tuning software for your GPUs. It will tell you everything about your system as well. So if we double click the chart down here, you'll see we get this pop out, and it will show you everything happening with your system. And
Yes. Oh, this is fucking lost.
we all know is that these fans are built way beefier than for a second there I was like, they only gave me 4, but there's one in my hand. They're built way beefier than I was expecting. I don't know what kind of plastic it is, but they do have a very Corsair look, if you will. Like these look like the same corners you'd find on a Corsair fan. They are rubber padded, so that's gonna help with vibrations. Once again, it says how many volts it is, but it does not tell me what RPM. I could not find any information on the website about the static pressure. The only thing I could tell you right now is that it is a dynamic fluid bearing. Let me kind of explain this a little bit before we move on to the actual testing of this. Hydraulic bearings basically mean that the impeller or fan blade shaft that goes into the motor has a layer of fluid around it to keep it from touching the sides, keep it centered, and give it something slick to rotate on. The other types of bearings that you're going to find out there are ball bearing, which are pretty self-explanatory. There's a whole ring of balls that the shaft goes down the middle of, and then those balls rotate, which give it a nice smooth, and they're oiled, obviously, but it gives it a nice smooth surface to rotate on. Shut up, Phil. There's a sleeve bearing, which is basically the same type of thing as a ball bearing, only it's a longer, more of a cylindrical sleeve that's doing the gap filling. The Rolls-Royce type of bearing that you'll find out there, specifically with some of the like Corsair fans, which is the maglev, which uses magnets to levitate, or their maglev is what they're referred to as, to levitate the fan hub from basically touching anything through magnetism. Some hydraulic bearing fans will have a lot of slop and movement. This seems to be pretty normal. I mean, it doesn't seem like it's moving in and out too much. That's pretty appropriate there. If I grab one of these fans over here, this is actually one of the Corsair maglev fans. Okay, so it's maybe half. But that makes sense too, because the tolerances are a lot tighter with magnets than they're going to be with the fluid bearing, because you actually had to have some thickness of fluid in there to do its job. The other thing that's a little bit of a drawback of this is the fact that they are using a proprietary connector. So the RGB and the fan power and the PWM and all that are, and I don't even know if they're PWM.
$71 Celsius. So what do I do? Yeah, do I hit quit or what do I do? waiting minutes. I agree. Because I don't see it in the test. Well, huh? You told me not to click anything, but if I do Alt Tab, and it breaks everything. How do I end it? I'm gonna see benchmark, camera, settings, quality, sound, and quit.
Man, I was fucking playing out some snipes there, like taking out units off the top of the walls.
Right. Like 16. I said like 60. Never know how to do anything. Oh shit. I forgot what it's called. Yeah, I forgot what it's called. Damn, what's up with these videos? What's 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 sure. I'm sure about this.
Oh, I just crafted boots that are purple. They give me 21 extra leadership.
The fuck, dude, look at
That's
Steve.
fucking nice.
Yeah, person goes negative one. Goddess, I think this is a sign. Some of the people are ripped off that they're like, sorry, dude, can I want people to die or anything? I'll try one time. That's a try. I'm not gonna touch anything. this, guys? How about I just run Conqueror's Village on medium settings? Let's see how I do.
Good blood.
I think that'll be a good before and after.
Oh my god.
It's 420. It's a celebratory time. Across all humankind. Here, I'll get this. I'll show you what Playing Conqueror's Blade looks like. Because I remember we didn't set everything. Because when I downloaded that thing, it set most of my stuff back to me. So I'll show you what. Okay. Oh, well, okay. Here's what I do now. At the beginning of the game, if I were to try and look around, I'd get it not responding. So I'd always have to wait like 5 seconds. And then it'd be like this photo. Based on what I've done before, I'd assume less than 30, less than 20. And then as the game progressed, I could get to like 30 to 40. And then usually if I'm good, then I can get 60. But, yeah. Sorry, say that again? I'm not still there. Sure.
I'm dying.
No, glad don't die. Stop it. Just stop dying.
I'm trying.
Do or do not. There is no try.
Only a Sith kills in absolutes.
Alright, let's do it.
Well, I guess I'm a Sith.
You know what's funny is that's Yoda himself that said that, so he contradicted himself. Therefore, Yoda's a Sith.
Yeah, just like Jar Jar.
Dude, I've told that to people, and people think I'm retarded. I'm like, yo, you're falling for his tricks. You're just as unintelligent as the Jedi Council. Like it's child's play to think that Jar Jar Binks is not as good. Like literally, George Lucas created the prequels. Which means the prequels are canon.
Gotta set
And
him
Jar Jar
trying to
Binks
get a before and
literally
after
used
here.
his Sith powers to mind trick an entire auditorium of politicians. And you're telling me he's not a Sith? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Also, dude, how many times have we seen Jedi do front flips with ease because of the Force? And what does Jar Jar do? The exact same thing. Listen, did Jar Jar Binks make the movies? I don't think so. True that, true that. The Droidicas were the best.
No.
Personally,
Sick, hit
I
escape, go to
probably
character screen. Quickly, quickly, quickly.
roly polies.
Gotta said we can't see it though, this way we can see what kind of FPS he is getting. Gotta said before and after.
Yo, are the servers down, bro? What the fuck is going on?
No.
I think my servers are down.
Don't log back in yet, Sick, because it'll put you in the match without me.
All good. The craziest part about thinking the Jar Jar's like a fucking Sith Lord is when you think about how many Jedis are on the Jedi Council, right? Like the Jedi Masters. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
And the whole concept of the Force is that there has to be balance. So for every Jedi Master, there has to be a high-ranking Sith Jedi.
No, it's not so much a number balance as it is like balance and like power. So like there could be just two Sith with like the power of that entire council. Is kind of the logic behind it. Is that what that's what
Yeah, but if you think about if you think about balance of power, even still, right?
that's just what
Yoda's,
the
Yoda's crazy powerful. And then there's like, all right, so Anakin's powerful as fuck, right? And Obi-Wan just like he beat Anakin. He just didn't finish him. And fucking what's his name? Mace Windu beat the Sith Lord. He beat Chancellor Palpatine. And Anakin saved his ass. He did though.
I think it was just Palpatine did that.
Anakin wasn't there. If Anakin wasn't there, Windu would have had Chancellor Palpatine.
I'm not sure about that, Chief. Not only that, okay, I think there's two options. Either one, Palpatine knew Anakin would be there, or two, even if he didn't show up, we would have still been able to kill him with Force Lightning.
On what Jay just said, you gotta think about something. What are the whole Jedi search your feelings, feel your emotions, feel your surroundings? If Sidious is like master of all that shit,
Exactly.
you definitely believe he felt Anakin's emotional fucking ass coming. Like, that motherfucker can't keep an emotion in check for seconds.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You could definitely sense him, Jedi or Sith. I mean, a fucking Padawan would have been able to sense him coming, let alone. I'm shocked the Windu didn't sense him coming.
Yeah, right?
Or he may have been like, oh, fucking backup, thank God. But then it was like, oh, well, you know, cue the Curb Your Enthusiasm fucking music. You know,
But
RF,
there's clearly an unbalance there, right? Like,
there was fault on everyone's side.
I'll tell
If
you what.
Anakin would have just been like, you know what, I'm dogging down Padme, can y'all give her medical service? Or, if like Window hadn't have been such a turd to Anakin,
balance might partially be the reason that Anakin changed sides, too, right? The Force may have influenced him to change sides because there was an imbalance.
That would make
true.
sense. Because he's the chosen one, so. It's not logic. It's not real. I have 5 FPS when I log in the game, guys. 5 FPS when I first log in. Gotta love it. Alright, boys, invite me. This is normal. What you're seeing right now is completely normal for me. When I get into match, you'll see normal.
Look how much shit just got open on the bottom, though. Like,
Hell yeah, that's normal. When I first showed Nighthawk the game, the entire siege match was covered in black floor. And yeah, bitch, the fuck? Why the fuck do you think I'm always the last one to load in the game? Like, tell me. Tell me why, after 30 seconds of you guys running around. Hell yeah, bitch. I get hands on anything I can click. I don't give a fuck. Alright, glad I
what's
go.
your NVIDIA control panel?
Should I just go into a game by myself? What's up? That's what I'm saying. Should I go into a game? Yeah, I'm going to a game. I'll show you what's up.
Yeah, I think she's saying turn the graphics down.
That's what I'm saying. Alright, Vlad, invite me. Invite me. Vlad, I can. I'm gonna play. And I still get MVP, bitches. No, I'm playing. Whenever I get MVP, it's usually really good. By the way, doesn't this look like Roblox compared to what you have? Like, tell me that doesn't look like Roblox. Vlad, you trying to play or not?
We're on the character square now.
Okay, then I'll
There's two.
Yeah. I got you.
Cheers, Sig.
Gotta send this poor guy.
Oh,
Am I
in a second.
reconnecting?
What? No, not yet.
Gotta said
Okay.
this is how he has been playing.
Yeah. What looks better, this or this?
Gotta said we are going to let him play this one match 1 and to see this is normal
Or
for him.
this?
I'm not sure. I like the last one.
Yeah, right? It just fits the best. Let's fucking do this.
Gotta said I'm fascinated by bad graphics and how far people can cope. I hope our graphical improvements will help him out.
Say what you want me to bring. I probably won't use it. What should I? Something that has more. I have more than 2 of.
Your blue grape shot cannons. That way you'll
Cheers.
actually fucking use it.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not.
Cheers, cheers, cheers.
Cheers, 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 cheers. Sitting in chairs, saying cheers.
Oh yeah, baby. I'm still halfway, baby. One frame in the loading screen. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Oh, this is the best part. This is the best part. God, I hope you're watching. This is the best part. You're watching this, Sig, right?
Yeah, I see it. You just like stand there fucking T-posing for.
This is normal. This is absolutely normal. I'm surprised I can move around smoothly. It's either no, this is normal. This is very normal. I really don't for absolutely doing this. It's either I can't see anything, and look how smooth this is. This is smooth as hell. Or it's super laggy, and I can
Not
see
smooth
everything.
at all. You're only getting 18 FPS, my guy.
Look how smooth.
Oh my god. This poor man.
Oh,
Dude, I could fucking I could just if you weren't upgraded, I would just send you my fucking zombie computer and it would literally be better than what you've got.
Man's literally delusional about the quality of his gameplay experience.
Forget about it. Smooth.
Gotta
Like a
said though,
fucking
this is funny though.
one of those ghouls from Fallout. Like, what's up, smooth skin? God,
It's
man.
smooth as hell.
Look at it. Looks great.
This is the good gameplay right here. No wonder you don't play as Bo. You wouldn't be able to hit jack shit.
You're gonna see, bro. I'm gonna take that back, bro. But this is
With 11 fucking FPS. You couldn't hit the broadside of a fucking barn from 6 feet away. You're literally flying. You're not even riding a horse.
This is the gaming experience.
Gotta said this is so funny.
Oh look, you're on a horse.
Gotta said Hoyle
It can't even
Shiblack
render
Green
its
Dead
legs
Horse
moving.
Meat Factory.
Oh wait, hold on.
This shit's just like floating
Imagine
through the
Arena.
air and it's kicking the ground every now and again.
Sig, imagine playing Arena with Jay
Wait,
when he
look.
actually has a good computer and not this.
Look. Oh. No. Actually, Arena's runs perfectly fine. Trust me.
You're fucking
Steve,
surfing that
That's
brick
what you
wall.
think. You think Arena runs good. Wait till you get a good PC.
See, we've already established that you're completely in denial about your gameplay experience on Conqueror's Blade, so I'm only imagining that you're also completely in denial about your C&D's playing experience.
I don't think that's true. This is normal. This is completely fine.
Plus, you're streaming.
Yeah, okay. So
This is
I'm a little bit
completely
hungry.
fine. This
This
man,
is fine for me, dude. This is totally
get this
fine.
man some fucking help.
I can play at full power like this, bro. Trust me.
Get this man a fucking.
This man doesn't know what full power is either. Holy shit.
No, this is my personal full power. Obviously, if I had a better PC.
Uh-huh. Yep.
My man is stuck. My man is stuck in his first form.
Keep talking, bud. You're not doing yourself any favors.
My man's just screaming, trying to hit Super Saiyan, just giving busting blood vessels.
Look at this dude just disappeared behind the wall.
You've got all the heart. You don't have the body to hit Super Saiyan J. It's not gonna happen.
No! What the fuck is my team doing?
Your training's not yet complete. You will one day be a Super Saiyan.
Right now, we're just gonna call him Baby Annie.
Hell yeah. Just see
Alright, Sig, let's get back in there.
This is what you're losing to, Sig. Oh shit. Bitch,
God, are you confident that there's gonna be a difference after seeing this? Oh,
shit.
huh?
This is easy, bro. The fuck is my team doing?
You back in, Sig?
Coral Varos. Juice.
Juicy juicers.
I see little archers here. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. It's cute. I like that. Uh, 140, 150. Oh. No.
God.
When I
Did this man just jump off the wall with a horse?
Yeah. He's scared, bro. He's scared.
Scared of the 12 FPS?
Yeah. What's
Should be.
my first like 90 levels was on a really good PC. That's how I became good at this game. Just if I started off like this, I would have given up already. Right? You just gotta appreciate it, man. Oh shit. I'm gonna die. Sit down, bitch. Hello, bitch. Sit down, bitch. I'm out. Peace. Suck a dick. Exactly. Motherfuckers probably running on 1200 computers. He ain't got shit on me.
Sig.
Fuck. I thought I was.
So,
Say the word
Gotta
meta
said, wow
as
guys, he
toxic
has been
as
playing
possible.
140 levels of this shit and he is actually doing good in the game.
just
Like
the
that
word
guy we were
meta?
watching.
Yeah, the word meta as toxic as possible.
Meta!
I guess using it as sentence. Big toxic.
Alright, Sig, are you watching?
Gotta said, I want you
I'm
guys to
watching
appreciate
Goddess
the
watch
bad
the
graphics. It
stream.
actually reminds
Ready
me
for
and
the
makes
power
me
of spears?
nostalgic.
Where's everybody at, man? Okay, they're all over there. Let me fuck this one at. Then I'll go show. Nah, fuck this guy.
When you think you're
Gotta said,
meta,
in the
but
sheer
in
willpower of this
reality, you're
motherfucker.
just a human garbage can.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. What's up, bitch? What's up, bitch? What's up, bitch? What's up, bitch? Oh, fuck! I'm the bitch. I'm officially the bitch. Oh my god. What the fuck is this guy doing? No, free player kill. Well, first I need to heal. Last one shot. And I'm gonna kill that bitch out there.
Do ya?
Hello, how are you doing? Oh, come on, come on. This is your only chance, guys. This is your only chance to push. You only get one chance, one opportunity. Would you use it, or just let it slip?
You quoting Eminem?
Hell yeah. Man.
What?
Why are you bracing? Attack! Why am I zoomed in so much? That's true. That's true. That's true. This way I can take it in here. Yeah. And understand my opponent's movements. No! Fuck. Well, that was a boring game. Didn't even get to use all my units. I had to fucking look at this. Yeah, look at this shit, man. They're the fucking losers. Get a fucking life. Easy. 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 I would do another one to prove that I'm that good. I don't know how I was gonna try. Plus the enemies weren't that fucking good. What's up?
Oh my god, I died. This dude fucking got up on the walls. Short sword. Came up behind me while I was using a cannon. I fucking swear to god.
You said close fraps and close what? Close what else? Have you? Oh, I'm getting. Oh, I got you. I know what you're talking about. Let's do this to stop. Are you loading? Are you loading? No? No? Yeah. Jesus, indeed. Yeah. One more, baby. I want to take it out. You know, me and Vlad won so much today. I want to hit this game. No, I was just taking it off of the desktop. You guys are lucky. You can see me gliding into the past. It's always a good time.
Gotta said let's see what the game looks like without his fraps. Gotta said I want to see him running
You're
around.
damn right. Got a whole $2,000 a
Gotta
month.
said that
Couple
is
years
going to
back.
be our benchmark.
Thanks. Yeah. Also, look, remember when we turned everything off and you could see everything? I was just like, oh my god, there's already a difference. Because, as you can see, this is what it normally looks like. Normal as balls. I mean, I don't know, that loaded kind of fast, I'm not gonna lie. It's a little bit better than normal. It's above average. Yes, very. Whatever works for you. Oh, I see what you're saying. No, I'm good. I could just switch to my phone if it really hurts me. So I'm pretty sure my phone might be better. Oh, another thing, Vlad. Yeah, no, it's fine. Vlad, when we were playing earlier today, when you would queue right away, we would find a match before I loaded into the lobby. Like, it would say, get ready for battle on my screen as I'm still in the loading screen from hitting lead match. Oh, look, this is my favorite glitch. I love this. Yeah, but look at my character. I prefer this over Black Flag. Sometimes, you know, you got like people with no clothes. Sometimes you get googly eyes. You get the googly eyes this time. This is a good day, man. Like, this is pretty good for my usual. Like, I would consider this optimal to play with you guys, but definitely not average. By the way, I put everything in low setting, so yeah, this is the game at its lowest settings. Let's do it, baby. Wow, that was the quickest close I've ever had. I've already been done this. Oh, this one.
Jace says attempting to to rotate a
GPU-Z doesn't lie because these pieces of software are free, actually. That would
Oh, shit.
5. Put in a comment down below.
What's going on, guys? It is Pangina here, and today I'm going to bring you guys the 2020 Ultimate Guide to the What's going on, guys? It is Pangina here, and today users, so make sure that you follow along with that guide. Download, it will download a program with preview. But inside of here, what we're going to be doing is navigate 11 and 12 games. Going into the settings options, turning this on, allowing sharpen to be set to around about 50%. With an ignore film grain of 0.17. And if you guys have supporting graphics cards and have the options available to you, make sure that you do enable the option for GPU scaling, as this will enable a bunch of custom resolutions within inside of games, which will scale natively to your monitor's native resolution. For example, if your monitor is a 1080p monitor, this will allow you to play games at a lower resolution than 1080p and properly upscale the game to your monitor's 1080p native resolution. Resolutions within inside of games, allowing sharpen to be set as closely as possible. Some of them might be a slight bit different depending on which graphics card you have and if the options are available to you, but do follow these as closely as possible. So to start off with image sharpening. If you have the image sharpening option available, you should definitely use this, as this will enhance the visuals on DirectX 9, 10, 11 and 12 games. Going into the settings options, turning this on up to around about 8K or as far as your GPU will allow you to render. For most people, I wouldn't recommend using this option, especially
They
seeing
got
most
me.
people watching this video. I recommend switching this to the off position unless you guys are wanting power management mode. Again, this is one of the setting this to 1. And that concludes the best settings. Once you guys
Oh. I close this?
Oh, I was just about
Alright, so be right back.
so fucking close.
Restart each.
Gotta set a nice cyan woo. Gotta said yes agua. I'd have said no sigh in no time.
Yo, you know what I just realized? Isn't Conqueror's Blade a better performance test than that performance test? If if you push my computer more, or is that illogical? If Conqueror's Blade pushed my computer further than the performance test,
Sick, leave your group.
then wouldn't Conqueror's Blade be a better
The
performance
computer, I
test?
will in just a second.
Or am I just talking nonsense? Oh well.
Alright.
Alright, I said, isn't Conqueror's Blade a better benchmark test than the benchmark test? Because it pushed my computer even further. Interesting. Interesting. I booted up, right? Wait, I'm booting up Conqueror. Gotcha. Huh? Say what now? Okay.
Hey, Sick, you there?
Yeah. Oh, shit. I pushed escape as you did that.
Another time. Another time.
Jay, you ready or no?
Not yet. Yeah, we can play one.
Play more, you said?
You can play one year. Wait, never mind. I'm coming. I'm coming, boys. Oh,
She literally just fucking cooked you. She's edging you out, bro.
jeez. I was playing just fine before. Before you came along.
You alright with being a piggy, Jay?
Oh yeah, bro. Because
No.
then when I die, I don't become bacon. And I fucking love bacon.
Sig's over here, the fucking wolf. Over here, huff and bluff and bucket your house down, fucking Aquaman.
Wouldn't you be the wolf? Gotcha. I think my computer's a wolf.
Sig, you see how broken our group is, right? We have 3 long swords and you.
Wait, you're in a game?
No, it's yours sitting right here. Like,
Oh,
look at our
okay.
group. And look, they're all like right at our level too.
Oh, good shit.
One of them's in a cohort though.
Yikes.
There you go. So he's catching on.
He's right behind you, Sig. Or basically, she's eating my horse ass. More precisely. Yeah, Soul Snatcher. Yeah, she's eating my ass fucking aggressively. Or my horse's ass. Hmm. Well,
Definitely does.
You fertilize your organs.
well, it made a horse growl out of her, is what it did. Horse baby. Horse baby.
Very minuscule, but different.
Oh, we are fucking. We die.
Yeah, the only reason I love this game so much is because when I first started playing, I was playing on a PC that had 32 RAMs. So, like, everything was smooth sailing. So when I started playing on this, let's see right now. If it starts up in the next 10 seconds, then yes. Oh. And... Not per se.
Cheers, Sig.
Cheers,
But
my
hey,
guy.
everything's loaded. I'm gonna miss those glitches, man. I'm not gonna lie. But I'm gonna miss those Beetlejuice eyes. Relatively, yeah. Relatively, yes.
Sig, I want you to know that you're the only bow user on the team, and the only range support you got is 2 muskets, Sig, and they're both low level. I hope you're all right.
Okay.
Our entire team is gonna be fucking in their face tanky, but hey.
There is no low. Same for this. Everything's almost low, so it is low.
Don't eat those veggies. You don't want them. I promise.
Trust me, when I put everything on low myself, the game still looks good. I clicked low, and dude, it looked like fucking Roblox. I was like, holy shit. Shadows is off. I have no shadows in the game. I still see a shadow in my room. Huh? Sure. Of course. What's up?
Yeah, get off that horse. There ain't no horses allowed around here. Get off that horse. What do you think you're doing?
Gotcha. What the fuck? I'm hitting a vert. I'm hitting a vert. Oh my god. You're joking, right?
That push failed. Sid, get back. Sid, get back.
I can't even see my abilities on cooldown.
Pull your units back, Sid. Right
Oh, no, they
tower.
died. They died.
Swap to the right tower then.
I just had to get some new ones.
Oh my god. This can't be real. This can't. Is this my life? Is this my life? Is this actually my life? How do I hit apply? I can't even see apply.
Oh no, here it comes.
I'm spamming this with you.
Oh, why can't I get any stamina back?
Hold on, I got this ready. Fuck!
Oh my god, I couldn't get any stamina
Alright, I'm just
for like 3 minutes.
YOLO.
Sig, pull back and wait for me.
I'm just kidding. Oh,
Alright.
I'm still here.
Oh my god.
Alright, so let's bring in Wing Crusaders. Go. Alright, go. When you have it. If you have an availability, go.
But I don't think you understand. I have to hit apply for this to work. I'm just gonna start spamming.
People have fucking, I don't know what the fuck these are,
I'm gonna
but
get
some
it
like
eventually.
spear
Don't
shit
worry.
down here at the bottom of these stairs.
I'm close, I can feel it. Wait, my mouse can't go below the screen. What have you done? Do game first. Yeah, I have to do the game first. So what? I'll do this first. The fuck is happening? Look, the mouse isn't lined up. See? It's like below. See? It's hard to do things though. So whenever I'm hovering over it, I'm not actually hovering.
Those are stalwart.
Ridiculous.
Can't roll, and that's couldn't do it.
Oh, I rolled off the siege tower.
Okay. Alright, here we go, boys. Fuck. What's up?
Sig, what unit do you have out?
This
Like
is so
militia.
trash. Holy shit. The fuck, man. I know.
Sig, head to B. It's way less defended, and it's about to get flanked.
Alright.
And this is going even further beyond.
I'm taking Pac-Man to B.
You going through the inside?
Nah, I'm going to the siege tower. Actually helping our boys who were in
Oh, I
distress.
see.
Wait, what am I doing? What am I doing? I guess that's. Oh. Fuck. What happened? God damn it. Well, that's fucked up. That is fucked up. It's already fucked up. Oh, dang it, my life. Oh my god, I hate my life. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means either.
Oh, fuck.
This is sad. Sig A.
Oh, I died. I'll go when I spawn back.
I have no idea.
It's the only chance. If we don't start capping it right now, we lose.
Cool.
Hard to get capped.
I don't know if it'll make it in time. Nope. Lost.
Fuck. That means I have to get out. How about I just put it on my nightstand? I'm putting it on my nightstand. Oh, it's on my nightstand.
I gotta smoke a little bit more for that Sig. I didn't want to, but god damn, that was fucking sad.
Still, I did those numbers that you're looking at right there.
What numbers?
Not really.
Oh, on Jay.
Some nice numbers.
See it.
If I fall asleep, I don't know.
Before he overclocks, is there a chance that his laptop's thermal throttling because it's getting so hot? And maybe all it needs to do for better performance is get a can of compressed air.
That's what I said in the beginning. Remember I said I can't believe this is getting too hot.
Because if he overclocks it and it's already having issues doing thermal throttling, then it's not going to make any difference and it could cause it to get even hotter.
Jerry, you still in that match?
One match. I have a bit of a match for the past 3 hours.
Yes, it is.
So you
But-
gotta leave that match.
Oh, sorry. Jay, if you look inside your air intake on your computer, does it look like it's fucking dusty? And like, shut a flashlight down in there.
Oof. I'm gonna be doing this shit. Let's speed this up. Let's do a ventilation review.
Because he might get the performance that he's looking for just with a dusting.
No, not this one. It's so thin, I don't even know how you dust it.
Turn it off and blow that shit. Not like with a compressed air.
What?
With compressed air.
The fuck does that mean? I have a fucking
Like
blow
can air
blow
duster. Air compressor, if you got one of those.
Did you just say a can of air compressor?
A can of compressed air or an air compressor, yes. You know, like if you got an air compressor to like inflate your tires.
Yeah, I just have that next to my bed, bro. Plugged into the wall. That's just something I have.
And I'm not talking about like the kind that is like a tiny motherfucker. Like I'm talking about the one that's the. Yeah, but it's better than having it in your computer. Yeah,
That's the
just
manager.
vacuum after. Do it on the floor, vacuum after. If you can do it outside, that's even better. But then you gotta unhook all your shit on your computer. It's easy if you have a tower. On a laptop, I would just shoot some air in those vents. Honestly.
Cheers.
But yeah, I mean like the air compressors that had the big ass things.
I said no, I did not see any ghost.
Oh, then you're probably fine.
You ready, Jay?
I cannot. I still cannot. I still cannot. There's no sleep out limit. I cannot move it.
Oh, we got the Cassie one.
The next one you can download. People, I mean, if you have some experience with overclocking FPS, you would recommend this. You're going to be greeted by the main MSI Afterburner installation, and also the second one is going to be Riva Tuner. Your Riva Tuner software here, it's it'll look something like this. This is what will give you that live data on your screen here on on the. I don't know if you've seen some videos of YouTubers overclocking.
Can I get to attack it?
You see all the FPS here with the
To attack it,
graphics
yeah.
card information here on the side, or if you've seen some of my videos, well, that's what this does here. And so that's what the Reverb Tuner is going to be for. So you'll be installing 2 pieces of software in one download. That's basically what I'm trying to tell you. So once you pulled up MSI Afterburner, you'll be greeted by something that looks something like this, right here. Okay. I'm not going
I feel like
to
I'm
go
my last one
into
too.
too much detail here with the power limit or the temperature limit, other than
yeah.
you can sync them or run them on.
Like I'll make it count.
Can tolerate. So we'll hit run.
Balanced-ish team. Not as good as theirs.
Get 2 purples.
No, I
Like,
mean like
way more blues.
classes. I mean class. We don't have a single Polex or more.
Oh yeah. I don't have a mall, do they? Nuh-uh.
Barber.
I got the poleaxes though. Alright.
Yeah, I want to go for Christmas. That's why I was talking about going to PC Parker. Not all of it. It's gonna be like $900. I'm gonna cover the 150. I said my budget is pretty much gonna be like $900. So and I can only cover like 150. Yes. putting it onto this computer. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Wow, that was the fastest load time I've ever had. How are you, boys? Yeah. It's totally stable. Oh yeah, and the map has loaded faster than ever. What else takes on load? F5. Map loaded up easy. My horse loaded in decently fast. Yeah, look how smooth this looks, yo. Look at those animations. Yo, the animation, bro. Yo, who's at it? Who's animating this? Tell me right now. Is it you guys? Are you animating this? This is crazy. That's crazy. But the real test is a game. Sorry, I want you to relax.
I died, by the way.
The stun lock. Well, not doing good. Sick. Not doing good.
Yeah, I see that. I see that.
Yeah, I was gonna say we don't have any. Or half their stats. It's not looking good.
I do not understand what you said.
Sick, go focus on the point.
All my units are out of ammo. I'm trying to get them a clear path back to get more.
Oh, shit. If we don't cap something in a minute, where you lose, sick.
Oh, we're about to get flanked. We're about to get flanked.
Use your
Girl,
trap. Use your trap on B.
Let me see if I can get angle on troops. I don't have it yet. 14 seconds. Five seconds.
It's GG.
Somebody used it. Died.
Fucking my units never got there in time. I don't know why they took so long. I wouldn't have died.
Damn.
I gotta start using charges at the beginning, clearly. It's like I get such good point holds, and then it's like, well, then I don't have good units. It's like I got the fucking great B hold with those little shitty archers.
I can't hold shit, so I feel that all the time. Because I got archers, I'm not supposed to be holding anything. I'm supposed to be standing in the back, fucking softening all the shit that's coming in at what you're holding. It was working great too. Like I was softening the fuck out of them until they ran out of ammo.
Yeah.
My crossbow guys actually just leveled up to 16 before that last game, and they had poison tick, and I noticed a huge difference for their max level upgrade. It gives them poison arrows, and they're like the fucking repeater crossbow ones.
Yeah.
So I was poisoning like whole fucking mobs of people. It was
Oh
nuts.
shit, what the fuck is that?
I have trying to try one more, but bad or good, I have to go after this one.
For strategy. This child has no ability.
SI card in, but also like memory speed and stuff like that. So yeah,
No compromise.
no, basically your display, the and I think it was like 2 years ago or something that they.
Ready to go.
What is going on, guys? It's Pangenu here. Them not being
Did you give me a
utilized.
command?
This is definitely the video for you, and it is also completely free. Whether or not you have an, it'll then bring you onto the desktop items and just put them somewhere on the desktop for
Did you
you.
say something? Can you hear me, bud?
Not here.
Ease of access. And we can start off by overview of what you're seeing on the screen now is your core clock is found there on the left hand side, and underneath that is your memory clock. On the right hand side you will find your current GPU temperature, and inside here on the middle you see your core voltage control, your power limit control, temper limit control, core clock, memory clock, and fan speed controllers. Setting up Afterburner the way I like it is I like to go down into the settings tab found here in the bottom left, click on that, then under general I like to go to the general properties and start it with Windows and start it minimized. This is handy for when we find our max overclocks and to make sure that they are always applied. So if you go for a system restart or it has to update or you need to relog back into your account, it basically means that you have full control over the fan speed. Now inside, and then we're brought back to the main screen. You always have the best performance possible. And then once that is set, I simply then like to go ahead and go down to OK, and then we're brought back to the main screen here. Now starting off with finding our max GPU overclock, it is very important that we also find our max GPU fan speed in which we're comfortable with. So to do this, it will more than likely be set to auto, so simply go ahead and press the auto button to uncheck that, and then you'll find that you have full control over the fan speed. Now inside of this slider, we're going to be selecting the highest personal preference value you can go for. If you can set it to 100% and press apply, you'll notice that your fan speed then starts to ramp up, but with that, it also becomes louder. If you're happy with how loud that is and you're comfortable with how loud that is, that's absolutely fine, as we will then get the best performance out of your fans and your cooling solution on your GPU. But if you find that it's too loud, we then want to simply go ahead and bump that down, keep pressing the check mark, and then finding where you're most comfortable at, but keeping that number as high as possible. Because I'm recording a video, I'm personally going to be going down to around about 55% to ensure that the microphone does not pick it up, so I'm going to be going with a max fan speed of 55%. But for you, you want to set your overall fan speed, which you want to be using. You can also just leave this option on auto, but you will not be getting the best performance out of your fans, as they'll rarely go up this high. But for me, I personally like to get the best out of my cooling solution, keeping the GPU running cool. So I'm going to be applying 55% and pressing the check mark. The other thing we can do at this point is go to the power limit and temperature limit and max those out. Basically means that the GPU can run more power efficiently, especially if you're getting into any high demanding areas in any games, or you might be experiencing some stuttering. You'll find that is less likely with the power limit being increased. And the temperature limit basically you overclock, and we want to start dialing it down from there, because that's where your GPU doesn't really like running anymore. That's nothing to be alarmed by, that's absolutely fine. It's part of the process of finding what your max GPU overclock is. We just want to keep pushing this further and further until we find any of those issues, and then slightly bring it down a little bit until it's completely stable and no issues are appearing, and that's when we've found our max GPU overclock. Now GPU overclocking consists of two parts. It is the core clock overclock and the memory clock overclock. This is pretty much just an indication of how 40 and going with 80 and pressing apply. And again, the core value of 80 seems to be completely stable. I haven't noticed any flickering, any crashing or anything like that. And as you can see, instantly we've got graphical issues all over the place, and MSI Combustor has crashed. So simply press close program, and there we have it. That's where I've experienced my first crash. So my GPU pretty much maxed out around about 280, and that's when things became unstable. So somewhere between 240 and 280, I will find my max clock. Your GPU driver will automatically reset itself back to default, which is what happens when your screen goes black and it flickers for a couple of seconds. I'll just simply come back into MSI Afterburner and then apply the value of 200. And then you simply want to keep going up and up and up until you find
multiple stage
towers clock plus 200. And make sure every single time you apply these values, you press the check button found here in the bottom right hand side, and you do not notice any graphical issues. And you've stress tested normally, you more than likely won't have to come back.
Yep.
Oh no, sick. What?
What?
I just my fucking big boy stun just got interrupted.
Oh shit.
Hello everyone. Two most important values that you can tweak. Since I'm a little zooming in, first of all, disclaimer, whatever you do to your GPU using this program is under your full responsibility. So with that out of the way, so first of all, I'll just change the skin because I don't like the skin of the program right now. I usually use the default B3 skin.
Supply point.
There you go.
Oh, I just
Well, I'm zooming in. First of all, disclaimer, whatever you do to your GPU.
Fuck. A speed boost.
Oh yeah.
Yo, I'm about to fall asleep. What do I do? Yo, I'm about to fall asleep. What the fuck do I do?
Beep.
Oh shit.
You using this with overclocking, I just add in your overclock is unstable and you have this checked each time you. I start with 50
No,
megahertz
it's
on the.
unlocked the fuck again.
How do I do that?
Don't let him get A.
Everything.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to stop it. They're all over A.
No, I cannot. No, it doesn't.
Sergeants. Only my first set of units though.
They're coming B.
Should be ready to defend it in time with archers.
F1 to two seconds.
They're pushing C.
That's not good.
Assassin. Got it.
Nice, nice.
High C, is it good?
Yeah, it's good.
The chat on. Oh, shit. Where is this chat button?
On the core clock, artifacts are set, and you can see apply. And once we apply that, we try it again, and we get another run and another run and another run.
Damn it.
So once you finish this and it
Whoa,
crashes or something
see.
like that, go to the last
Something like
stable
my archer's
value.
out at sea.
So this one is 100
Yeah,
megahertz
6,
to the core clock. This one should work as well because I already ran.
Shit.
So you know it's some scores. So 150 was stable, 200.
We win. Again, didn't even get to use my sergeants.
Probably.
Oof.
What am I supposed to do?
GG, I would say. Didn't even have to use the sergeants.
Yeah, I barely got to use my best unit too. Like I had him out, but I think I only fired him at something actually for like 2 seconds. Got killed from it. I killed a player. Shooting at units with them. Yeah, that was my last one.
That's fine, bro. GG.
I'm gonna go try and get some rest.
It's been fun, bro.
Oh yeah, it is.
Oh shit, my bad.
I'll catch you tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. When do you think you'll be on?
Like midnight.
Alright. I'll definitely be on then, bro. Hopefully you have a good day.
Thank you, man. You
Well,
too.
bro. And I will catch you then.
Alright, sounds good.
Take care, bro. Peace.
Peace. Peace, man.
Peace, bro.
I think you should just tell me what to do.
I'm in one. Yikes.
Oh. Just tell me when the match is ready.
Alright.
It's alright. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Is it better though?
Yeah, for sure.
Dave?
I don't think I want the game to look worse than this. I'm not gonna lie. This is pretty shitty. No, not at all. But I like to enjoy it. It's like practically my favorite game right now. Holy shit, bro, this is fast as I can go today. Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. Let's fucking do this. I'm gonna cause a fire real quick. Oh, yep.
Goddess said, hey guys.
Alright, yes.
Goddess said, hi General and Cridman, I have been helping this guy with his shitty laptop play this game.
Holy shit.
Goddess said improve his FPS all night.
Bro, I might actually move in with everyone else. This is crazy shit. Wow.
Goddess said he was getting super long load times and tons of stuff not even loading critical to the game, and he has been kicking ass despite letting PvP. It's amazing he was getting 15 FPS.
This is insane. This is actually fucking insane.
Goddess said not in atoms, like he can see the floor and units.
I've never seen anything like this. Um, let's fucking do this. Just do so I just want to jump off this wall so I can face him. God damn, I'm nervous. Oh, what a faggot. God damn. Well, I just got ulted. That feels nice. This guy just got ulted too. Terrific. Yo, what the fuck? This guy looks like a god. Bro, how much am I bullshit next so? They're taking the fucking point. Fuck! God damn it. Just fucking flash, man. There we go.
Fuck.
No, don't want to take it. Oh my god. Come on, let me move. Jesus Christ. Let's go. These fucking faggots, dude. Jesus Christ. This is how we lose. I think this is how we lose. What the fuck? Oh my god. Let her go. Let it. Go Vlad. Go Vlad. Holy shit. I've just ascended. I've just experienced ascension. It feels good. It feels good to be ascended. It really does.
Jerry, you ready?
Fuck! You weren't answering me, bro. I kept calling your name.
I just finished.
I know. I'm sorry. Confused. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. But you may kill it also. And based on how we just finished at the same time, roughly, same will probably happen again. Fuck, I just read everything. Oof. Damn. The fuck? These guys are fucking tryhards. Listen. Fucking pussy. Fucking girl pair. Fuck. Oh, that was close.
Be right back. Oops. Come on.
I'm finally done with it. Wow, that was so much. Jesus Christ.
Nobody said B. shit, I got mauled. He grabbed me.
What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? I can't even fucking attack. Holy shit. Holy shit. I mean, I can actually heal beforehand. I get what the fuck that I was walking into.
This level difference doesn't feel good. I just get constantly ulted over and over and over.
Quit jerking.
My game keeps fucking freezing. I think I need to like update it. Jay.
Yeah, so. Okay. Come on, man. 100%.
Goddess said, hey Acolyptus, things are well, Turkey Day was great success. Goddess said, look at this shit, these devs are so stupid. Goddess said they are defaming me with lies. Goddess said, I'm pretty sure this is illegal.
Nice. Hit the one zombie so you can get past.
Takes like an hour. Yeah, I don't have an hour. Gotta get sub 50. Sub 50 is more important than WoW mount that I'm never gonna.
We're all just sitting back, taking it in. Don't know how he's gonna get through all this stuff. It's pretty impressive. Okay.
Legion actually was really good. Legion was really good. BFA was okay at the beginning, but it got boring really fast. There wasn't enough content when it first came out. It got boring in like the first like 2 weeks. Like after you hit max level, it got boring.
Getting by all the dogs with ease. All right, let's see. Picked up a grenade. So this net. Just getting headshots and rolling right through.
Goddess said so. I love this speedrun, but he is the two game devs on here. They are Japanese and they aren't even talking like so much so that it's awkward.
But I may just play it safe and grab the extra ammo. You get a sub 50 in WoW? Definitely not. Yeah, I may play it safe a little bit here with the whole.
Goddess said like this entire time, like 15 minutes. They haven't said a damn word. Imagine how uncomfortable that is.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what's going to happen with boss battle. Yeah, so because a lot of the playtime is going to be taken up by walking. You can see that he's actually calculating how to get through certain areas and calculate the steps to make it as short as possible. Impressive.
So normally I wouldn't grab the ammo. I've got one extra round outside the handgun, but I think I'm gonna grab the ammo just to be safe.
Goddess said I feel bad for this guy, kinda.
It's funny because it's been like a year since we last looked at the game as you know, the full game through like this, and yeah, it feels a bit nostalgic. It's funny because it's been like a year since we last looked at the game as you know, the full game through like this, and yeah, it feels a bit nostalgic. Oh yeah, what was that?
Okay.
He's good with headshots. 毎回ヘッドショットですね。
人生体は結構かわすの難しいと思うんですけど。どうするのかな。
そうですね。I want to see how he's going to get past G.
No, you can keep it off for now. I'm gonna. G2 is a good threshold. There's nothing overly difficult about this section.
最下層の3匹ぐらいのところが一番
If it dies, it dies completely.
Yeah, how's he gonna get through some of the next areas, especially where there are concentrated enemies?
Goddess said, well, I guess it's just a cultural difference thing.
戻る。
売ってる。楽しいからかな。Just having fun shooting on the way down.
半分の弾持ちすぎるとアイテム欄がいっぱいになっちゃうからたまにちょっと処理してるんですもしかしてもしかして
そうかもしれないですね
Goddess said they all seem in good spirits, but even for me as a viewer and like wasted opportunity to talk about your own thing, you know.
Or in his slots.
Yeah, I'm doing well, Ro. Hope you are too.
Here we go. Here's where it's gonna get rough. Let's see how you can get through these. Yeah, look at that. One hit and just slight turn through. He's just powering right through the little G guys.
Nice, he's a crawler. Here's what I'll do.
Okay. So you got that weapon. He's got a pretty good memory here. Throwing in slots quick. All right, let's see. Yeah, it's easier to get through on the way back. Okay.
Goddess said, I think there are just better speedruns on his channel. I will check more out in a second here.
You can go and emote on, emote only on now.
Even the directors themselves get caught on that spot.
Goddess said, hey Acolyptus, it's all good. Gotta settle nice sounds fun. Gotta said guys, holy shit, this video is over 4 hours long.
Alright, it's like I'm gonna hop off. See you tomorrow.
Alright, yeah, from now on, we're gonna have to play on your other character. I'm sick of doing that shit, playing with people that much higher level than me. This shit's fucking obnoxious. Because they're higher level than you by a lot, so there's really no fucking point in ruining my stats by playing with fucking people like that.
I don't know how level they are, but that's interesting.
I oughta fuck your mother.
Witcher is a weird word. It's a testament to the success of this series that you might disagree with the very first sentence of this video. It's easy to forget the humble beginnings that are now so distant from the pristine presentation of Witcher 3, and how greatly its presence has penetrated the landscape of gaming. Yet it's still true, Witcher is a weird word. The problem is that right now you may not even be listening to me. Instead, your eyes may have fixated on the numbers at the bottom left of your video player. Even for those familiar with my videos, that is a large number, and this is only the first of 3 videos, so imagine what the sum of all of them will be. So even though it ruins the punch of this video's opening, I feel it's necessary to justify the length of this video series. It is not quite as absurd as it first appears because this is about 3 games, which is really 4 games because all by itself, the Blood and Wine DLC expansion for Witcher 3 is longer than either Witcher 1 or 2. I played these games multiple times, making different decisions and importing saves as I went. I read the entirety of the original 5-part Witcher saga written by Andrzej Sapkowski, and also the first 2 collections of short stories, The Last Wish and The Sword of Destiny. I played through the standalone Gwent game Thronebreaker. I learned Polish to reread the books in their native language to truly understand their beauty. I also played 10 other games, including finishing the entire Mass Effect trilogy plus another game that I'll reveal as a surprise later. I felt they were necessary to draw experience from and use for comparisons to fully explore how these Witcher games succeed and fail. I also didn't shave or cut my hair for 2 years and started wearing it in a top knot like Geralt does. Only one of those was a lie, by the way, and it's not the hair one. Look, I know to some of you seeing a video this long for me is the visual equivalent of hearing... But to others, it's best to look at this video as a TV miniseries becoming available at once, with the start of each episode linked in the pinned comment below. And the same for the other videos that I've already finished on Witcher 2 and 3 that will soon be released. And as scummy as this may sound, and as scummy as I'm going to feel doing it, these videos took over 5,000 hours for me to make, so I'm going to plug my Patreon and PayPal. If you'd like to support more videos, toss a coin to your bitcher, O Valley of Plenty. After all of that, I don't think the monstrous lengths of these videos are unjustified. In fact, there are a few topics that I think could still be explored in more depth. We're going to get to that in just a few seconds, but there's one other thing that I think is worth mentioning now right at the start. Each of these 3 games do things better than the others. There is no clear best in every way Witcher game, even though the third one is my favorite overall. However, and this was the most surprising thing I encountered while making this video, the books were even better than that. I spent 100 hours with Witcher 1, another 100 hours with Witcher 2, 500 hours with Witcher 3 and its expansions, a few hundred hours with other games, and over 100 reading these 7 books, and it was that time that I enjoyed more than anything else. It was a delight to discover what is now my favorite fantasy book series, and I consider it a privilege to be able to devote so much time to analyzing these games and its world. Thank you so much for allowing me to do so, and I hope the following videos were worth the wait.
So it begins.
In 2007, the first Witcher game was released. It was revealed in trailers before this, and I, like most people, had never heard the word Witcher before. While it was a phenomenon in Poland, mostly everywhere else the word sounds like someone trying to cheat at Scrabble. There are witch-is, you can be a witch, you can bewitch, you can be bewitched. There's the witching hour, something that has a witch-like quality could be described as witch-y. At an extreme stretch, a group of witches could argue over who is witchy-er, or god forbid the witchy-ist. But witch-er sounded like nonsense back then. I don't know if people still have that visceral reaction to it now, or if the success of the series is so prominent that most people have become slowly aware of it and don't find it ridiculous. I'd be really interested to know how a lot of people on Netflix reacted to seeing the name when it popped up on their list before and had no knowledge of the games prior to that. A witcher is the male counterpart to a witch. The best way for it to click is to think of the female widow to the male widower, but there's also a deep connection on both sides to the hunter-gatherer roles of our primitive history. Witches tend to make a home in one place. They are outcasts, but still prefer to be permanent residents. They gather herbs, brew potions, cast spells, occasionally help with curses and minor monsters in their one sole area that they call home. Witchers also do much of this same work, including casting some simple spells, but they don't put down roots. They do less mundane problem solving with alchemy than a traditional witch, and instead hunt monsters plaguing communities so that people can return to something close to normalcy, while the Witcher moves on to the next place and the next monster. Both witches and witchers deal with similar supernatural problems, and they are both similarly maligned because of it. This is something that can be traced through our own history, when some real-life women were truly persecuted as witches. One theory as to why is that they were often women that had gained some amount of notoriety as being effective healers, even though, of course, there was never any real magic. They could give advice, offer solutions to problems, and then be met with incredibly sharp disdain if they ever failed, or so happened to be a perfect scapegoat when too great a tragedy befell a settlement. So tragic that it must have either been the dark magic of a witch that was responsible, or punishment for allowing something inhuman to exist and prosper among them. There's also the more understandable reason, that those who provide a service to dispose of a problem
I'm gonna
cost,
take a
of
break.
course,
I'm gonna
can quickly
reinstall
become
my
associated
game
with
because I was
being
getting
that
like word phrases loading in. So I'm gonna reinstall it, and then I'll probably be on a little later, like probably around like lunch or so. But I'll probably have to go to the dispensary at some point. But you get another message maybe when you're down to play, or I'll message you when I get back. Yeah, because they was doing it like yesterday, just a little bit, so I think it just might be the game. But yeah, take care, and I will catch you later. Peace.
Problem, or even responsible for it. In the case of a witcher, their freakish appearance and mutations play less of a role in making them hated than the fact that they refuse to work for free, a detail that is brought up time and time again throughout all of the games. They risk their lives for what often ends up being a pittance, but it's still a pittance that is profiting from misery. Witchers and witches sometimes deal in despair, and that can be impossible to shake even as they perform miracles on a budget that are worthy of ballads, not blame. It's an interesting premise for a character, especially in a video game, but upon first encounter, Witcher is just a weird word. And it's a word the games have reveled in.
Allow me to introduce Geralt of Rivia, a Witcher.
I'm a witcher. I'm a witcher. I'm a witcher. I'm a witcher. I'm a witcher. I'm a witcher. I'm a witcher.
Who the hell do you think you are?
A witcher.
A witcher?
He's a witcher.
Ever heard of witchers?
Never heard of that.
No. A witcher. I'm Geralt of Rivia. A witcher. Not Gerald. Geralt.
You are a witcher?
How do you know I'm a witcher? I'm a witcher. I'm a witcher. I'm no actor. I'm just a witcher. I'm a witcher. I'm a witcher. I'm a witcher. I'm Geralt of Rivia. I'm a witcher. Just to be clear, I'm neither a bodyguard nor an assassin for hire. That's 'cause I'm a witcher. You could use a witcher.
The world of The Witcher is just as interesting as this concept and character. For one, it has more in common with Shrek than it does Lord of the Rings or Game of Thrones, a Shrek that takes itself mostly seriously, often deathly so. Unfortunately, the video game series fails miserably to make this clear in its introduction. In fact, the opening of Witcher 1 is such a staggering stumble that I'm often stunned that this series got the opportunity to grow. And it's a harsh failing in more ways than one. I think it will surprise most of you watching that I played Witcher 1 at release. If you play it today, your only choice on Steam in good old games is the Enhanced Edition that was first released in 2008, a year after the original. I played that original version back in 2007 and I gave up after about 6 hours. The introduction of its story and characters were, quite bluntly, so cringy that I was forcing myself to keep going because I had a friend who promised me the game got better. Ultimately, it was the game's long load times that made me move on. Any load screen, whether it was traveling from one major area to another or entering a tiny house and then back out of it again, would take between 30 to 90 seconds, and you are constantly going through these transitions in every chapter. Thankfully, the Enhanced Edition addressed this problem, and I went back and finished the game more than 10 years ago. Unfortunately though, none of the other updates smooth out how bad this introduction is in Kaer Morhen. And yet, despite all of that, I feel like now I've become that friend I mentioned just a second ago. This game gets so much better after its first few hours and you adapt, like your eyes in the dark, to the flaws that mar one of the most ambitious games I've ever played. CD Projekt Red were insane to try to pull off a game with a scope this large on their first release. You could make the same argument for Witcher 2 really, in that it wasn't until the third game that they finally matched reality with their imaginations.
Gotta said I have near watched the TV series looked bad.
Yet this is nowhere near a total failure. I always got the sense from Witcher 1 and 2 that the devs were trying their damnedest despite the budgetary restrictions they faced, and they refused to phone anything in. There's passion in this game, and this attempt for greatness with Witcher 1 is admirable, and I think they succeeded more than they failed. Just not with this opening. The first narrated speech here relates to events that happen in the books. Everyone seems to think that Geralt should be dead and is shocked that he's back and alive, even though he never stops looking like a corpse. There was a war that has passed, and these kingdoms are licking their wounds. There's a plague,
the first
monster
game
populations
reminds
have
me of
risen,
the
things are
Nosgoth
looking
vampire
pretty
game
bad.
based on that other
It's
game.
all wonderful nonsense if you haven't read the books, but it makes perfect sense if you have. Shockingly, this is a trend that continues with many of the big story moments throughout the entire series, especially Witcher 2. However, in the case of Witcher 1, it might be better if you haven't read anything. I played all the games first, then read the books, and then played the games again. I've structured these videos in a similar way and will only interject some book details here and there until a larger book discussion and comparison later in the Witcher 3 video. Right now, I just want to say that the first Witcher game is unique in my experience since it is both an adaptation and a continuation of a large book series. I do not envy the task that CD Projekt's writers had, since overloading the player with book details could be alienating, but ignoring so much of Sapkowski's works would do the same to book readers. I don't think they were that successful for those who read the books, but also that those who only played the games suffer similarly in the sequels. Essentially, Witcher 1 became a rotten foundation for the next two games, and the story and characters never recover from it, especially in Witcher 3. I'll go into too much detail on that later. For now, we're introduced to a bunch of other Witchers and their castle home of Kaer Morhen. We also meet the Professor in a quick flash of dramatic irony, since none of the Witchers are aware that they're about to be attacked by this guy, who comes across as a Saturday morning cartoon villain. How evil is the despicably evil man with his evil plans of evil, laughing so evilly?
Your time nears its end, witches. Enjoy things while you can.
He's also an example of that awkwardness from adapting the book, since there is also a character named the Professor in Sapkowski's stories who is also a mercenary, also tries to kill Geralt, even looks similar to this person in the game, but it's not the same character. This part of the game is the prologue. There are 5 chapters after this and an epilogue that finishes the game, but it's more like the true end of chapter 5, whereas the prologue is much more clearly separate from chapter 1. The rough introduction continues here with some stilted dialogue, awkward breast physics, and your first taste of combat, which can be politely described as less than ideal. and instead of moving on quickly to new systems and ideas, this entire section is a slog of awkward dialogue into fight after fight with this bandit group called Salamandra. By the end of this tutorial, you will have seen the vast majority of what combat has to offer in this game. Enemies are weak to a specific stance that changes the animations Geralt uses when attacking, and also the timing required to keep your attack combo going. On normal mode, this is your cursor flashing with a blade on fire. On hard mode, you have to look for the sword model itself streaking orange in the middle of the attack animations, which is also present on normal mode, and left click on the enemy you want to attack when it happens. I found the hard mode indicator to strangely be more reliable once I had gotten used to it, and I'd feel out the rhythm more than when I was waiting for the cursor change to show up. Some enemies are weak to strong style, others to quick, whereas every enemy except for shield bearers are susceptible to group style when there's enough of them to give Geralt an outnumbered damage modifier. When these conditions are met, group style is so powerful that it can kill individuals in a group in fewer hits than they would need in another style, even if the fight was one-on-one. It's not just more efficient as an AoE, it's higher single target damage too, as long as there are enough enemies around to give you this buff. This combat system is simply a rhythm game test of timing and only has a few ways for decision making to matter, sometimes changing targets with each time you press to continue combos more efficiently in groups, changing from quick style to strong style after weakening some enemies for extra damage, moving yourself away from an enemy that explodes upon death, and the occasional use of a magical Witcher sign to gain an advantage. But none of these are ever required even on hard mode. Instead, the challenge is making sure Geralt has been leveled up enough and deciding if you need to use a swallow potion to gain some passive life regeneration. Combat in this game was never fun, but I have to admit it succeeds in the way that is important for me in RPGs. It adds context without getting in the way. Much. In other RPGs like Baldur's Gate, Knights of the Old Republic, or Neverwinter Nights, which, having mentioned, it's worth pointing out that it was built with the same engine that CD Projekt used for Witcher 1, combat is a time-consuming chore of fiddling with positioning, spells, and special moves. I have never enjoyed combat in these games, but I do appreciate the context that these battles give to the stories that I love and the characters' capabilities. Witcher 1's combat system provides this without taking up too much time, and this simple timing challenge is a quick way to dive into a fight and feel like a monster slayer carving through enemies. It's a part of the fantasy of being a Witcher. The impressive combat animations also help, like seriously look at this stuff, it looks like it belongs in another game entirely, but coupled with the over-the-shoulder camera angle may give the wrong impression that Witcher 1 is an action game. The best comparison here is surprisingly Mass Effect 1, which also came out in 2007. Mass Effect also looks like an action game with the same camera angle, direct movement control, and aiming and attacking with your mouse. But just like the Witcher series, it's not until the second entry that the gameplay truly moves from an RPG to an authentic action experience, where the player's inputs determine the outcome of a battle far more than dice rolls and stat checks. Both of these sequels still have some leftover hitches from their first games though. In this regard, the top-down camera perspective in Witcher 1 is a better match to the gameplay, but the over-the-shoulder view is by far the superior way to play. You get a much better sense of being and belonging in this world as you run around it directly controlling Geralt, instead of using clicks to move like you're an invisible sky god detached from it all. I know this point may be contentious, but I think Witcher 1 is quite good visually. The character models are by far the most dated thing about it, and I even remember disliking them at release, but the environments have a tremendous amount of love and attention to detail. One of the things that most impressed me about Witcher 3 were the acres of swaying trees in the windswept lands of Velen and Skellige. Witcher 1 already had trees reacting to the weather like this way back in 2007. Its faithful recreation of Kaer Morhen from the books, a place that is only briefly used in Witcher 1, was such a wonderful framework that the updated version in Witcher 3 still shares so much in common with it. These beautiful murals are included in the castle's interior. Someone cared enough to have these birds flock off when you get close, and they carefully fly away through this stream of light from a crack in the ceiling instead of clipping through a wall and out of bounds. And in an official adventure module, sort of like small free DLC packs added after the release of the original, you can see how much work went into creating the land surrounding Kaer Morhen as well. The models are certainly bad, but there's something visually cohesive about this game that makes me unable to dislike its presentation, something we'll see more of in the city sections later. For now though, Kaer Morhen doesn't get a chance to impress since the reality of the lackluster combat will be setting in for most players. Like Geralt, you have no idea what's really going on and have little context for why this attack by the Professor and Sorcerer Azar Javed is happening. Geralt lost his memory when he returned from the dead, and it's an amnesia that also affects people that read the books. He has no recollection of any of the events in Sapkowski's stories, but there's also the mystery of the 5-year gap between his supposed death and resurrection that even book readers are kept in the dark about. But it's not a total mind wipe. Geralt remembers some of his combat abilities, although it comes across as an automatic process not unlike how you can write your signature without thinking about it. He feels very little for his fellow Witchers, but senses an emotional bond with Sorceress Triss Merigold. Amnesia is an effective, if overdone, method of allowing an audience to connect to a character that already has an established place in a world. Although I think by now audiences are more than capable of making sense of foreign worlds and exotic situations even if they're just dropped right into it. Especially considering the runaway success of Witcher 3 in which Geralt has recovered all of his memories, which was the first game in this series for the majority of people that played it. Geralt's amnesia is actually more successful in allowing this character to have a video game story without the baggage of the book's events, and the expectation to have to deal with unraveling all the possibilities that come from continuing that story. Having said that, it's funny to be able to point out once again that Witcher 3 did exactly that and was still successful in engaging a large new audience. I think this freedom for the first game was more of a benefit for CD Projekt to tell a more focused story than what's in the big Witcher 3 continuation that they weren't prepared to tackle yet, probably both creatively and monetarily. Because of this, it's Triss Merigold, not Yennefer of Vengerberg, that's involved in the first choice you make in the game. The group attacking Kaer Morhen have brought a large monster called a Frightener along with them, because they apparently thought including a monster in their assault against famous professional monster slayers would help. Turns out it does, and you have to choose whether you go with Leo and Triss to stop the Professor and Azar Javed from stealing the Witcher's secret mutation scrolls, or help the other Witchers fight off the Frightener. No matter what you do, the Frightener is defeated, Leo is killed, Triss is left injured, and the Witcher secrets are stolen.
I hear witches can parry bolts in flight.
Unexpectedly, this is the only time a Frightener is seen in the entire series, and you can skip this boss fight and never see it in combat. This sets up the main goal of the game, to retrieve these secrets and be pushed through many different places and characters as you do so, even though neither you nor Geralt fully understand why they're so important. First, the tutorial prologue enters its second half, which is a miniaturized version of how the game works from this point onward. You have a central task, brew a potion to heal Triss, a location with multiple areas to explore with enemies to fight and containers to loot, and some NPCs to speak to with a lot of optional dialogue paths to exhaust if you want to know more about them and what's going on. This is precisely how the entire game works from now on, but on a much larger scale. Get a task, fight some enemies while exploring areas, and speak to a legion of NPCs for more tasks and more dialogue options. It can be quite overwhelming later on, but here in the prologue, things are kept simple and enclosed. You just have to make this thing to heal Triss. Alchemy is an important part of that Witcher fantasy, and it's here that you have your first taste of monster harvesting and potion brewing. Like most things in this game, there are stringent rules. Every potion needs strong alcohol as a base. Raw materials become stripped down to vital essences during the brewing process, and you arrange them in specific amounts to create specific effects. Potion brewing takes time that must be spent at a resting location, often at a campfire where time can safely pass. You can see more of the prologue's awkwardness here as Triss is sprawled out in agony throughout the potion process, meanwhile the other Witchers are sitting around eating and drinking, oblivious to it all, and wait for a really long time before carrying her upstairs to a bed. Healing Triss marks the end of the tutorial, and depending on how you react to her dialogue here, you can accidentally have sex with her on the best bed in Kaer Morhen, which acts as the perfect punctuated ending point of this bewildering prologue. This is far from the only time Geralt can have sex with someone in Witcher 1, and I think its status is settled as being a mini-game along with playing dice and fistfighting. Although, like this time with Triss, it's often important to the story, whereas dice and brawling are not. Many people consider these illustrations to be collectible cards, but I'm not really comfortable with that description. They are marked as cards, of course, but Geralt keeps an extensive journal throughout the games. In Witcher 2 and 3, this is told from the bard Dandelion's perspective. In Witcher 1, it's all Geralt, from his point of view, and saturated with his thoughts. I prefer to think of these illustrations as being made by him for his journal, since they're also accessed in that menu, or there's something like a memento or a note that he's made, and these cards are representations of the memory he has of these encounters when he sees them. The final scene here is the group of Witchers plus Sorceress Triss agreeing to fan out through the surrounding realms in search of the secrets that have been stolen from them. This is the last time that the player will see Vesemir, Lambert, or Eskel for the rest of the game. In fact, unless you play the extra adventure module, The Price of Neutrality, which is a story that takes place years before Witcher 1, you will not see these Witchers again until Witcher 3. Triss, however, goes to the city of Vizima in the Kingdom of Temeria, conveniently where Geralt is also going. It's also where the thieves have their main hideout, which turns out to be a lucky coincidence that is never commented on. I would love to say that this is the end of the awkwardness in Witcher 1's opening. Unfortunately, it gets much worse before it gets much, much better.
Don't, Geralt. I detest goodbyes. I'm liable to cry, and there's nothing more pathetic than a sorceress in tears.
Chapter 1 begins with a sequence so poor it's like a sensory assault. We're abruptly with this kid and a woman who might be his mother, but turns out it isn't. They're attacked by dogs. Evil dogs. The woman dies outside the gate surrounding an inn, and then suddenly someone named Shani is talking to Geralt. Shani knows who he is, and the woman isn't dead after all. Here she is yelling for help. Help! The evil dogs need to be taken care of, and you're just immediately put right to it. The gates open, the woman is now back to being dead, guards instantly die, and after all of this, Shani shouts, "The Beast!" before the boy Alvin goes Super Saiyan and starts floating in the air possessed and chanting some prophetic verses about the end of the world, while Geralt looks on solemnly like, yeah, this is fine. This is the exact moment where the introduction peaks in absurdity. You can stick a pin in the game when Alvin collapses after this and congratulate yourself on getting through it. Except it's not exactly smooth sailing from here on out.
I dislike it here. I dislike it here.
Chapter 1 of this game is one of my favorite sections in the entire series, and is high on the list among all RPGs that I've played. The thing is, you have to finish the chapter to realize that. The prologue is always bad no matter what, but the ending of Chapter 1 contextualizes the whole thing in a wonderfully twisted way. But I'd be a liar if I didn't say another big reason why I think Chapter 1 subverts expectations so strongly is because I was expecting it to be shit. After that introduction, can you really blame me?
Run! I dislike it here.
Geralt has traveled from Kaer Morhen to the outskirts of Vizima, where he is now stuck because the city is under quarantine to prevent the spreading of what's called the Catriona Plague, which is actually the bubonic plague. The literal, actual bubonic plague. Witchers are immune to diseases, but Geralt still requires a pass to get into the city, and that, along with gathering information about Salamandra, becomes the goal of the chapter. Throughout this ordeal, you will be sent running back and forth all over the outskirts. Talk to people here, talk to people there, go and kill some monsters. Another settlement is asking for help. Once you've done this chapter, you can remember how to do it more efficiently on later playthroughs, but for your first time, I propose that the outskirts is where Witcher 1 drags the most in terms of gameplay because of this relentless marching around and around. Looking at the map reveals the issue immediately. This is the walkable parts of the outskirts highlighted in red. As you can see, Chapter 1 has the layout of a Mario Kart track. Every step you make in the direction of one important landmark, due to the circuit nature of the map, necessitates that you are equally farther from another, which is much easier to see if you imagine the path as a straight line that warps you to the other side when you reach either end. It takes more than 5 minutes to do a full circuit on this path. The quests keep sending you to each of these locations, and you don't know yet how to efficiently combine quests into one trip. Suddenly you're doing so much backtracking that it makes Death Stranding look like it doesn't have enough walking. A couple of relief lines in the middle of the map would have made this area much more tolerable to learn, or the main circuit could have been made much tighter, with the important locations jutting off of it instead of being placed along the circuit itself. Of course, liberal arts majors among you will no doubt point out that all of this walking is meant to reinforce the feeling that Geralt is stuck in a state of frustrating limbo as he is stranded outside of Vizima walking in circles. Meanwhile, me, ya basic boy, will just point out that this repeated exposure to these characters and areas gives you chances to notice some of the less obvious details and provides time for them to marinate in your head, if only subconsciously. This is a good time to speak about how most of the side quests in Witcher 1 aren't really side quests. Now that can initially sound like a huge compliment. The side quests are so well integrated in the game's story that it's difficult to tell them apart. This is a true statement that applies to the majority of side quests in this game, and it's one of the best things that it does, but it's also a destructive flaw if you decide to skip most of it. Witcher 1 is a game that you have to meet on its own terms. If you rush through it only doing the main quest, then the awkwardness of the prologue never goes away. Here's an example. In a quest bluntly called Racists, you will see a dwarf called Zoltan Chive. He is being accosted by, you guessed it, racists. Whether you help him out or stand aside and watch him take care of the assholes himself, Geralt has the opportunity to have a chat with Zoltan, during which he learns that they're old friends. Zoltan, like everyone else from his past, doesn't understand how Geralt is back from the dead. He wants to take him right to the nearby inn and have a drink to mull it over. But the key word here is opportunity. You can run right by this encounter and not bother with it. You can leave Zoltan to fight off the racists and then walk off without speaking to him, or watch him waddle off into the sunset and then finish chapter 1 without ever interacting with him at all. Then if you speak to him in a later chapter, for the first time ever, Zoltan will not remark on how Geralt should be dead. No comments about how shocked he is to see Geralt living and breathing. The game skips over all of it and even references conversations that should have happened in chapter 1, but didn't. The game can break and leave you deeply confused if you don't approach its side content in the correct way. And this is after the game directly says to you, to help or not to help, that's the Witcher's question. The worst character this can happen with is Dandelion. I need to be fair and point out that most people aren't going to ignore Zoltan, but the first canon meeting with Dandelion in chapter 2 is much easier to miss. Shani throws a party near the end of the main questline. It's entirely optional, and considering the events that happened right before she proposes this party, many players may treat it as a superfluous waste of time and keep on trucking to the end of chapter 2. Which means they miss Dandelion's scripted reaction, drenched in disbelief that Geralt is alive at Shani's party. Your first interaction with him will instead be a bewildering appearance in the new Naracourt Inn, where he acts as if everything is business as usual. Or he'll just show up when you're looking for a kidnapped child for a quest, as the game makes no adjustments whatsoever for you skipping this party scene. He never comments on how Geralt shouldn't be alive, and you'll be wondering who the hell he even is, when in reality he's Geralt's best friend in the whole world. Someone out there has had this experience with Witcher 1, and I feel so sorry for them. There are quite a few of these continuity errors throughout the game, and some of them were really entertaining to find on my third playthrough. I don't consider it a fatal problem because RPGs encourage you to explore their side content. It's often where the true meat of these games can be found, and this game in particular ties most of it seamlessly to the main story. But it's worth pointing out because Witcher 2 doesn't have this problem, and Witcher 3 even accounts for players possibly skipping stuff like this, and has prepared alternate outcomes in the event that they do. Zoltan surprisingly has little to do with the story in chapter 1 and doesn't really offer you any help or is involved in any major way. Most of the other characters you meet are linked to the Reverend of the Outskirts, who has one of the worst models in the game because of his mouth. I don't know if this is a poor masking of the Reverend's beard over most of the mouth, or if they just shrank the full-size mouth down to fit in this small space under his mustache. I prefer to believe the latter because it is endlessly funny to me. It's distractingly funny actually, it's all I can see whenever I speak to an NPC that uses this model. The Reverend has a pass to enter the city, and he alludes that he may be willing to part with it if Geralt does a series of tasks for him, and ultimately rids the community of the beast that is hounding them. A few quick interesting details about the beast. It is a large supernatural dog that both summons smaller magical dogs into existence, and causes ordinary dogs to transform into them, both called Barghests. It's not clear from the in-game models if the ordinary dogs die and then their spirits become the Barghests, or if their original form is morphing into the new one. It would appear like the poor dogs die, but that could also be a technical limitation. Barghests also seem to be able to exist without a beast as a progenitor, since they are in a location in Witcher 3 without any beast. Maybe it's the case that you are able to have Barghests without a beast, but you can't have a beast without Barghests. The people that live in the outskirts are more important than this monster. The big three that the Reverend sends you to are the guard Mikkel, the smuggler Heron Brog, and the merchant Odo. This begins a trend that all 3 of these games have in giving you multiple objective points at once, so that you can get pushed into seeing other quests and other characters, but also have some agency in how you choose the order that you do it all in. The Reverend also eventually sends you to see the local witch Abigail, who has adopted the prophet child Alvin that we saw in this chapter's opening. Other important characters are Declan Luvarden, Vesna Hood, and Kalkstein, but of those 3, that last one is the only person you have to interact with to finish the main quest. Herrenbrog wants you to kill some drowners outside his house at night, Odo wants you to kill 2 echinopsis in his garden, and Mikkel wants you to clear the local crypt of ghouls since he's too afraid to do it himself. Whether you speak to Kalkstein at the inn or not, he will show up on the bridge after you clear the crypt for Mikkel. And this is where the game delivers its first judgment on you for one of your past decisions. Back in the prologue, if you chose to go with Leo and Triss, then your presence will have made it so the Professor and Azar Javed had less time to ransack Kermorin's laboratory. So now in the outskirts they are harassing Kalkstein because he is an alchemist and they want his supplies and assistance in order to further research the few secrets that they managed to steal. Salamandra is already on this bridge when you show up and they attack you with a small force of bandits and a mage. Meanwhile, if you chose to stay with the Witchers and fight the Frightener, the Professor and Azar Javed had more time to plunder the laboratory, so Kalkstein isn't being harassed on this bridge. Instead, this is an ambush for Geralt from the same group of bandits and a mage, plus an additional new mutant hound since Salamandra has progressed further into unlocking the Witcher secrets since they were able to take many more of them. They've been able to transform this hound into a half-monster already. This is only a minor difference that the accompanying cutscenes make appear to be a much bigger deal than it actually is. After this, there are no other changes that result from this decision, and I think that's for the best since most players won't have known their choices matter in this way. So this serves as a forgiving learning experience. In fact, even among games today, never mind way back in 2007, this sort of reaction is rare. It's a really good thing that so much attention is drawn to this difference, and the fact that you made a choice is made excruciatingly clear to you, because now you know your choices matter going forward.
If I'd stayed and fought the Frightener with Vesemir, I might have faced a different threat today.
Let's talk about Mass Effect for a second. This series gets unfairly criticized for broadcasting decision time to its players. I say unfairly because I often see the choices in these games being boiled down to Blue Paragon choice versus Red Renegade choice. The blue is supposedly meant to be the uncompromisingly idealistic, morally good decision, and the red is supposedly meant to be the uncompromisingly pragmatic, ends justify the means but still bad decision.
You're working too hard.
This is fair criticism for some of the choices in Mass Effect, but not all of them are this way. I was actually disturbed by how faulty my memory is when I played the games again and saw that some choices that I could have sworn had blue versus red options when I first played actually did not. But most of the decisions in this series do have immediate or at least foreseeable consequences. Much is said about the Witcher games taking place in a morally ambiguous world. I don't think this can be denied, but I do want to argue that this isn't really anything special. Many RPGs have settings like this, many games have settings like this. Dragon Age Origins even has the main character become an eerily similar mutated monster fighter when you join the Grey Wardens, a group that twists people into darkspawn fighting tools, complete with their own horrific initiation trial that kills more of its recruits than it improves, just like the Witchers with their Trial of the Grasses. There are decisions in Dragon Age, Mass Effect, Fallout, Sonic the Hedgehog, Deus Ex, and many other RPGs that can be difficult to parse morally. Not all of the decisions are like this, of course, but neither are most of the ones you make in the Witcher series. However, what is special about the decisions in Witcher 1 is that so many of them have delayed, unforeseen outcomes, and that those outcomes actually matter. And this is so important in two distinct ways. The first is that because decision time isn't often shoved in your face and that you won't know until much later if something even was an important decision, you begin to consider every option more carefully. You can't just see what happens and then reload a save to pick again if you don't like the outcome, which, by the way, this made dissecting these games a nightmare. Not every decision can or should have severe consequences, but now you can't be sure. In fact, by the time you reach this bridge with the Kalkstein and Salamandra scene, you may have already made another big choice like this without fully realizing it when you helped Herrenbrog with his drowner problem. In a slightly perverted way, the game does something similar with women throughout the whole series. Because there are sex scenes, and because you can get them by acting in a certain way with women in the games, you may begin to treat encounters with any woman differently if you're feeling horny between monster hunting. Most of the women in these games cannot be seduced, just like most of the decisions you make do not lead to big events, but the fact that some can means all of them are elevated to a higher status of importance, and this is why you shouldn't use a guide when you play these games on your first time through, so that's not spoiled for you. I'd like to draw a distinction between different types of decisions, which I'm going to call flavorful and impactful. Flavorful decisions are by far the most common in video games. If there's two ways to get to a destination and the two paths are only different visually, or changing the outfit that your character is wearing, or picking a different sword that has roughly the same stats but a different model. Choosing party members in many RPGs are also usually in this category. They might change a few dialogue lines and you have access to some varied abilities during a sequence, but they don't really matter. Most games are full of these types of flavorful decisions, and I usually appreciate them. I don't want to downplay them as lesser in any way, they're a good part of games. That's also not to say that these kinds of decisions can't turn into an impactful decision later. Mass Effect has moments where you have to choose a party member to do a task, and there can be permanent, long-felt consequences from your choice. In Mass Effect 2 particularly, there are many impactful decisions that do not present themselves as such, whereas in Mass Effect 1 it's usually made more clear to you. I want to point out that not every impactful decision is equal. Many of them in Mass Effect and the Witcher series can end up being quite minor, but there's still an important distinction between them and flavorful decisions, especially since Witcher 1 and 2 have so many of them. There are many problems with impactful decisions in video games, and this series is a prime candidate for exploring why games might not be ready for this type of decision making just yet. For now though, I want to look at the other quests in the outskirts, which are thankfully more straightforward. There's only one major secondary area in the outskirts, the crypt that Mikkel sends you to that's full of ghouls and a woman that has tragically poisoned herself. There's also a small cave to explore and many houses, most of which have interiors that are woefully mismatched with how they appear on the outside. This is a common flaw throughout the first game. You will be seeing the same interiors over and over again, especially for crypts and caves which have the same basic layout, just certain pathways are blocked to make them appear more varied. This first room in the crypt with the huge grating in the floor will show up many times throughout the game. Dragon Age 2 had a similar problem, but I am far more willing to forgive Witcher 1 for it, considering the much tighter budget they had and how ambitious the rest of the game is. But it still is something that has to be forgiven, so it's a good thing that there's no way that Witcher 3 has the same problem, right? Some side quests involve doing favors for people, such as recovering the corpse of a man for Declan Luvarden and then finding a place to bury him, while other quests are routine Witcher work. I feel like Witcher 1 put the most effort into making these feel authentic. Most of the kill quests felt like I was doing a job for someone that truly needed these materials, like the ghoul blood for Kalkstein or the Barghest skulls for the witch Abigail. Ironically, it was the bigger kill contracts on unique enemies that felt the most like filler. These enemies simply aren't unique, and so they're just another drowner or another ghoul with a larger health bar, which is probably a flaw on the combat system more than anything else. Occasionally, these Witcher contracts can feed into story moments during chapters. Meanwhile, it's the quests that don't specifically need a Witcher to complete them that end up being more important, sometimes seemingly out of nowhere. For example, after burying that corpse for Luvarden, something called the King of the Wild Hunt appears next to you, and suddenly you're thrust into an incredibly important main story conversation that you can easily miss if you didn't bother to help Luvarden at the inn. The ghost of Leo appears to taunt you here, and this exchange between Geralt and the King of the Wild Hunt has implications not just for Witcher 1, but for the entire series, especially Witcher 3 and the books included. By now I'm hoping that this video is starting to communicate how good this game is in one particular way: atmosphere. There's a tremendous amount of things happening in this world, and it was so wonderfully refreshing that the majority of them don't revolve around Geralt. It doesn't revolve around you, the player. You are lost in it all, and sure, sometimes something specific will snap out of that gyre and make it all about you, but for the most part you wander and soak it in. The Witcher world has rules. Nighttime is dangerous, that's when most of the monsters come out, but the monsters don't just appear. They're around for a reason, whether that's the haunting of a beastly ghost or because the locals didn't seal their dead carefully enough so corpse-eating necrophages have been lured in to chow down. Those drowners we killed earlier, they were once people. It's not clear if everyone that dies via drowning becomes a drowner, although it certainly feels like it, or if it's just those who committed crimes in their lives or killed themselves with a permanent plunge. This is the standard the game's world upholds. Those killer plants we saw, they most commonly grow from curses, or atrocities that were never atoned for, or sprout from corpses of people unjustly killed. This is all wonderfully messy too, with in-game folklore being confused for true facts about monsters. Geralt has his broken memory, and so he needs to read books on creatures to recall all of this information, including how to harvest plants and parts of monsters for alchemical ingredients. These books can be quite expensive. Knowledge is worth a considerable amount in this world, but you can also regain some of Geralt's expertise by simply talking to people. In the outskirts, old women are a particularly strong fount of knowledge, and they'll give much of it away for a crumb of food, and considering how curses are a real thing in this world, emotional damnation and targeted willful rage are dangerous forces that can invoke true magical repercussions, even if the one spewing the curse has no magical ability. It's not always clear if much of the information you get is accurate because this is what people have learned from study, or if these beliefs of the people at large can become a twisted reflection in the monsters and magic if only because they believe it. Justice and true emotions, or a lack of either, have power in this world and can cause terrible, tangible change. It's the dreaded job of a Witcher to make sense of it all.
Goddess said pretty good
But
feeling
that's only
sleepy
the
from
fantastical
Thanksgiving
part
lol.
of this world. The more mundane parts of it are still given development, but also within context of the supernatural. Just in Chapter 1, you are introduced to racial tensions between humans, elves, and dwarves. In fact, this is the state of relations the first time you see either of these fantasy races, Zoltan or the dwarf outside the inn being harassed, and the elves of the Scoia'tael, which is Elvish for squirrels, named so after the tails they wear, sneaking into the outskirts for supplies they purchase from smuggler Heron Brog. And this isn't just a, haha, the different races sure do like to bicker, but they always come together in the end with the power of friendship. No. The Witcher world has no evil overlord nation that forces the squabbling, but otherwise good-natured races to work together. If anything qualifies for that, it would actually be the humans. The world of The Witcher is one that has been built on genocide. Multiple genocides. In more ways than one. An additional but also subtle twist is that the humans in this series are actually human. These aren't quasi-humans of a purely fictional alternate reality. Isn't it funny that humans evolved into the exact same form here, please don't think about it way, like they are in Star Wars or Game of Thrones or most other fantasy worlds? They are from capital E Earth, well their ancestors are at least. Geralt, like all of us, is probably related to King Charlemagne. But what about the kings of this Witcher world? Politics are also heavily influenced by the supernatural soup that permeates this planet. Magic is like nuclear weapon technology. If one kingdom has it, then so must all the others, or they will be conquered by the sheer unstoppable power of those that do. But magic is common enough and so relatively easy to use that all ruling kings and queens need protection from any stray sorcerer or sorceress. And so high society has to be built around this sort of marriage between mages and monarchs. Without the protection of a personal magic user, it would simply be too easy for another mage to assassinate a ruler. And without the support of said rulers, magic users, no matter how powerful, would be overwhelmed by the commoners that fear them, just as they fear witchers. This is what makes this series so fascinating. It's low fantasy and high fantasy at the same time. Its magic system has strict rules and so can be considered hard magic, that which can be understood like a science. But then there are curses and wild forays from barely understood forces, which would be a soft magic system, where the rules are seemingly made up as the story goes along. Some spells may just require expertise and a power source and some magic words like it's a mathematical equation being expressed. Whereas others require adaptation to superstition, the embracing of pagan-like rituals, and giving yourself over to the dominance of a power before you can fight it. This is one of the most brutally cruel fantasy worlds I have ever seen, and yet the power of love still exists here and can purge curses. The stories stay grounded despite having some larger-than-life characters. Kings and queens and emperors are clearly important, but the plight of the average worker isn't ignored either. In fact, their stories can often be the far more interesting ones. It's simply a beautiful mess of contradictory concepts and goals, like a heap of incompatible ideas that have been burned to a pile of ash and then reborn like a phoenix of cognitive dissonance. And it works. Somehow it works. From chapter 1 onward, this game is dripping in that atmosphere. But as always, we have to ask ourselves, what about Shrek? For those unfamiliar with Shrek, all two of you, it's about an ogre's quest to reclaim his swamp when there's a
Goddess said, you know, I was going to say my fantasies are this exact kind of understanding but also non-understanding kind of fantasy. Goddess said, well, yeah, he did so in the beginning. Goddess said, has just coming back to it now. Goddess said, but what he said I think was really quite beautiful. Goddess said before the statement about Shrek and lol.
huge upheaval of society in a kingdom where hundreds of characters from fairy tales live together. Sapkowski's Witcher books lean much harder into fairy tale references than the first two games, but he also did it with an admirable amount of restraint. There are many stories that can provide a gentle building to a revelatory moment when you say, this is kinda like Beauty and the Beast, or Rapunzel, or Snow White, and then you move on. Not every short story in the first two books is built around a fairy tale as a core. At least not that I can tell anyway, but I don't know every fairy tale from my own home country, never mind Poland and the rest of Europe. The one about the Striga sounds like a twisted fairy tale even if there isn't an original version that doesn't have the same amount of horror. A princess is a prisoner of an abandoned castle and a knight is hired to save her. Sounds familiar, right? Except the princess isn't a prisoner. She was the victim of a curse when she was still in the womb. The princess's mother died and her corrupted fetus continued to grow into an abomination that now hunts the kingdom's subjects for food. And instead of a noble knight, it's mutant warrior Geralt that has to thrash the princess enough so he has a chance to lift the curse. This story has a happy ending, but it comes at a cost when the princess is the opposite of grateful for being spared. This kind of feeling is present in much of the Witcher short stories. Like the world of Shrek, the Witcher's planet, or sphere as its people would call it, is an amalgamation of fairy tales, legends, and even different religions. It's a melting pot of our real-life cultures, both past and present, that in many cases have been brought to real life in this imaginary world. As if in response to that, just like Shrek is a warped protagonist to match the warped reality of his world, Geralt is just as mutated as those fairy tales and beliefs have become. The key difference is Shrek is played for laughs. The Witcher, while sometimes funny as well, takes this seriously. What would a human society have to turn into in order to survive in a world like this? What
Goddess said, you know, I never was really into the whole fantasy aspect of Witcher, but the way he says it. Goddess said makes it really quite profound into what I like to explore when I'm imagining things. Goddess said what human society would have to adapt our engineering tools to deal with problems society's icked.
What would a man capable of going head-to-head against our own worst imagined nightmares, now brought fiendishly to life, have to evolve into in order to stand a chance? And is it any wonder that common people would be terrified of the man that is the monster to the monsters? The lone fairy tale reference I found in the outskirts was Vesna. She's a waitress at the inn, and after speaking to her there, you have the chance to escort her home at night if you happen to notice her. She's trying to get to her grandmother's house. She's attacked by men at first, but then the problem becomes the wolf-like bar guests, and her last name is Hood. You can also have sex with her in a haunted mill after this if you bring her some wine. The sound of you both going at it reinforces the idea that the mill is haunted to some people across the river. This Red Riding Hood reference doesn't really have a point to it like I feel the ones in Sapkowski's books do, where the original tale being twisted calls into question the meaning and intentions of the original. In the Beauty and the Beast story, the would-be beast claims he's happy in his cursed state, that many women surprisingly enjoy the novelty of it. Book Geralt, who tries to only kill mindless monsters, decides to move on without attacking this beast, and while that isn't the ending of that story, it's one of many that feeds into the theme that you can't judge from appearances alone. Just because something is expected to be a monster doesn't mean it has to be one, even if it looks like one.
Goddess said hey even this year. Goddess said not about subverting expectations but like seeming monsters but not broadening the world by fleshing out what could be mindless characters.
Or is suffering from a curse that is meant to turn it into one.
That's right!
The conclusion of Chapter 1 proves that CD Projekt is willing to embrace this idea, but it also includes another fundamental part of The Witcher, and especially Geralt himself: choosing the lesser evil.
Choosing the lesser evil can be hard at times. Happen to know a thing or two about that.
One of The Witcher 3 cinematics uses a shortened version of Geralt's speech about choosing evil from the books, but the meaning is mostly the same. What didn't sit right with me at first is that Geralt is choosing to do evil as his voiceover is saying he doesn't want to do that. Upon first watching, it may be easy to dismiss these Nilfgaardian executioners as evil for tormenting this woman accused of multiple crimes. We know the guards are guilty of overly cruel punishment right before Geralt turns around and dishes out his own cruel punishment and leaves one guard to suffer presumably even more. Just like we don't know if the woman is guilty of what sounds like some truly wicked deeds, another person coming along at this moment wouldn't know if the guards deserve what Geralt is doing to them either. Geralt is at least a little choosing evil in this scene, and I hope that hypocrisy is intentional because it's true to Book Geralt's character, which in this cinematic Geralt now is because this takes place after he's regained his memories. This Witcher is constantly finding himself in the middle of a problem and having to act when he's eventually convinced that even inaction becomes another form of evil, and a greater one than choosing what he believes is the better of two bad choices. The issue I have with this being the intended meaning of this cinematic, even though I can just ignore that and go along with my own interpretation, is that CD Projekt has a lot of trouble keeping the continuity straight between their own games, never mind with the books. So even though it may seem obvious that this is the deliberate message of this cinematic, I can't be sure. In Witcher 1's case, they contradict this very point within just a few chapters, whether Abigail the Witch is guilty of committing evil or not. The true reason why the beast has come to the outskirts is never confirmed. You are instead given two options and you must choose which you think is more likely. The people of the outskirts have committed many crimes, most of which happened before you arrived. The Reverend has recently led a revolution among the people in which they cleanse themselves and their families of all sin. This information is presented to you in a side conversation with the innkeeper, and the way he only alludes to what happened with families being culled of sin makes me very uncomfortable. It makes me imagine quite a bloody cleansing which, as the Reverend claims, will appease the religious force known as the Eternal Fire for it to protect the outskirts from the plague. Presumably many innocents were killed in this cleansing. It's important to point out that it appears the Reverend is no con artist. One of the first tasks he gives you is to light the altars of the Eternal Fire in one night to drive away the beast. It's a good idea to do this while also escorting Vesna Hood home. The Reverend believes this will work. It doesn't, but it's important to know that he believes it. Even though he is revealed to be a horrible man, his faith in the Eternal Fire isn't a deception. Unless this task is only given by him to make Geralt believe that he's honest, but I think that's reading too much into it, although characters do lie all the time in this game, so it's not that unreasonable. Isn't talking about The Witcher fun? The more recent crimes involve the death of Odo's brother, the rape and then suicide of a woman named Ilsa, and the illegal trading of goods to both the Scoia'tael and Salamandra, including, as you discover at the very end of the chapter, the funneling of unwanted children so they can be used in Salamandra's Witcher mutation experiment. It seems that all of these crimes have caused the beast to appear as karmic punishment. Alternatively, it could have nothing to do with the forces of the universe seeking justice, and instead the witch Abigail may have summoned the beast to terrorize the outskirts as an act of revenge. Even if you do decide that she's responsible, you may think that she was justified in doing so. I think that would be a hard thing to defend, seeing as in the opening scene we can see the beast attacking even newcomers to the village and a child, but hey, maybe you can understand where she's coming from at least. The last stretch of chapter 1 begins when Abigail induces another prophetic episode in Alvin via a potion. The sins of the village are revealed through this rant, and Geralt reports to the Reverend that they can be rid of the beast if the guilty among them repent for their crimes. In exchange, the Reverend reveals that Salamandra has attacked the inn and that the innkeeper has a key to a nearby house where Geralt can find more of Salamandra's goons. When you get to the inn, the keeper is already dead and Shani is under attack. This is something every game in this series does that annoys me. Sometimes changes happen for no real reason. Geralt has not caused Salamandra to attack the inn, it's just happened because the developers needed it to in order to move the story along. This is different than the attack on the bridge earlier because that can be understood as an ambush that has been planned out and is happening now that Geralt is at the right place. It's also different to the conclusion of the Flotsam section in Witcher 2, when Flotsam streets will change after a certain stage in a quest directly because of a decision that the player makes at that stage. Events like this, however, where the inn has just changed now because of an entirely unrelated conversation with the Reverend who somehow magically knows about it, are frustrating. Witcher 3 in particular is full of moments like these in quests. After saving Shani, you take a key from the innkeeper and use it to enter a house near a cave system in the southern part of the village. There you get to interrogate an officer in Salamandra before slaughtering them all and freeing a bunch of children that the outskirts offered in tribute or trade. Surprisingly, Alvin is among them, and in the next section of the cave you also find Abigail hiding from the angry mob that the Reverend has spurred into action. Apparently he's taken Geralt's advice of repent for your crimes to mean that Abigail is the source of all of it and needs to be killed. The pacing here suffers a bit. As I said earlier, Chapter 1 in this game is probably where you will do the most backtracking in what turns out to be by far the smallest chapter in terms of play area. After all of that repeated running around, so much happens so quickly that you can be left wondering when it all occurred. Alvin was kidnapped, the Reverend has mobilized the entire village, and Abigail has coincidentally taken refuge in the same cave that Salamandra was using as a hideout, with only a weak wall separating them. To make it worse, you can once again accidentally have sex here since Abigail offers herself to you in exchange for your support in the upcoming conflict with the Reverend's pitchfork party. She presents this offer as, "My sins are not as great as they say. Learn for yourself if you like. We're alone. We have some time," which apparently means sex. Maybe I'm being a big dumb doo-doo head man for not reading this as Abigail being a pickup artist, but my view on romancing Triss, Shani, and Abigail is that if I'm to choose between one redhead and another, then I prefer not to choose at all. The next scene brings the whole chapter together. My first time through, I was firmly in the camp of Abigail. The type of religious exploitation that the Reverend does is abhorrent to me, and it felt like Abigail was the classic witch scapegoat to blame for all of the outskirts problems. But there were a few details that were brought up that stuck in my mind and gnawed away at me throughout the rest of my playthrough. Then, when Abigail showed up again in Chapter 4, having seemingly not learned any lessons from Chapter 1, I decided to take a closer look at all of this in my next playthrough. Abigail is guilty of something, but it's not clear what. You don't get to ask enough questions to solve this mystery, and sometimes I find that aggravating. Other times I accept that Geralt is speaking to a literal mob, and the time for polite investigation has long passed. It's not just that Abigail might be responsible for summoning the beast, she may also be responsible for many of the crimes committed by the people in the outskirts that the beast has apparently come to punish. There are details in the quests before this that you may not have given much attention to. If you're like me, that will be because of the game's weak opening. Here, as Geralt confronts the Reverend, you're basically slapped into realizing that this game is worth paying attention to. Ilsa isn't just a random corpse in the crypt. She killed herself with a vial of poison bought from Abigail after being raped by Mikkel. The monster plants in Odo's garden aren't just a random outbreak to give you a monster to kill. They've grown there because Odo murdered his own brother, a warrior whose armor you can inspect in Odo's house. And the strange, unavoidable interruptions by the dog when you're around here are because the animal is in mourning. In Abigail's house, you can find a doll that is quite hilariously just a shrunken version of Odo's character model, which she presumably used for her spells to have Odo kill his brother. It appears that Odo has been keeping himself constantly drunk since this murder too. Abigail also went out of her way to adopt Alvin, even though there have been plenty of other orphans in the outskirts long before he showed up, and it just so happens that he's a powerful source of magic.
For now, he sleeps well with the herbs I brew him.
Abigail is kind, but her tea is awful.
Oh, my stomach hurts, cursed witch!
The boy's trance-state roaring revelations are also directly caused by whatever concoction Abigail herself decided on using, and who knows what she might have been telling the boy when they're alone all this time. Privacy she insists on having while she prepares the potion without any help from Geralt. Not to mention how irresponsible it is to force that heavy of a psychedelic episode on a child with uncontrollable powers. After feigning some ignorance, she also already knows quite a bit about the beast under its other name, Alzir's Demon, and one of the Witcher contracts you get here is a request from her for 10 skulls from dead Barghests, to study them. Look, none of this is conclusive. In a different light, some of it could even be used as evidence that she's a good person that's trying to help. I'm guessing that's the point. You're not meant to be sure. But after passing judgment, there are some bigger clues. If you let Abigail live, you can speak to her again and tell her that choosing her was the lesser evil. She also abandons Alvin immediately. When you meet her again in Chapter 4, she is already learning the dark secrets of people in her new home, is willing to use them for trade, and is brewing love potions. Not exactly exemplary behavior considering it's the ultimate date rape drug. Additionally, and I do have to preface this by saying this is the weakest point I have against her, her romance card is disturbing. It's very out of character and screams, "Hey, I'm evil." This goes against the message of many stories in the games and books though, since appearances aren't meant to be the best sign of a monster, but I mean she's smearing blood over herself while she squats next to her sex toy skull to entice Geralt. This wouldn't be the only mismatched romance card in the game, but I still think this is weird. If you choose to side with the villagers, then Geralt demands that there be a fair trial, which of course never happens. The villagers kill her immediately, and after the final battle with the beast, you can then choose to punish the Reverend and his team for not giving Abigail that trial. However, the most interesting thing that happens here is Abigail's curse. She invokes dark power and damns Geralt in the name of something called the Lion-Headed Spider, which is quite the image. There's very little information about this cult, but any worship in the name of this deity is banned in most countries. The glossary entry in this game states that bloody sacrifices are expected by practitioners of this faith and that any captured cultists are tried as murderers. For Abigail to say this and suddenly be a believer of this faith after all of her calm and careful maneuvering throughout the chapter feels to me like she finally dropped the facade for a final attempt at revenge before she's put to death.
Doubtless the villagers think so, believing me a monster.
Are you one, Abigail?
We all hide a monster inside us.
I'm still not sure if she's entirely responsible for the beast. Many people in the outskirts are guilty too, I have no doubts about that. It could be that Salamandra is forcing them to cooperate, but even then, stealing children from them has nothing to do with Abigail, and that's worthy of condemnation all on its own. But there are many places full of horrible people like this in the Witcher's world. You can even visit some that have worse criminals than this, and yet the outskirts is special in having a beast, and in having a witch that knew enough about it to perhaps summon one. The answer that feels right to me is that both sides deserve punishment, although leaving Abigail to this mob has never been something I've been comfortable doing. This is why I love Chapter 1 so much. It gave me so many details to think about and a conclusion that I'm still questioning. It also looped my preconceptions. You're meant to suspect Abigail a little at first, and then it becomes obvious that the villagers are the real monsters here. What could be more fitting in a game with a protagonist as unusual as Geralt for the witch to be undeservedly hated and worthy of being saved? But then it loops back to the witch not being innocent after all, but neither are all of the villagers. Just like on Twitter, everyone is awful here. Even remaining inactive is an immoral choice, and I feel more than ever that I agree with Geralt's speech. I'd rather let the two evils take care of each other. I'd rather not choose at all, but you have to. There's one wrinkle here though, and it's a big one. The game ruins all of this in Chapter 4 by directly telling you that Abigail is innocent. One of the solutions to a problem in Chapter 4 is suggested to you by a literal goddess, the Lady of the Lake. When her solution doesn't work, she explains it's because Geralt has the blood of an innocent on his hands, and it's directly stated that it's Abigail's.
Whose blood?
The blood of Abigail, a witch from the outskirts.
So all of these hints about Abigail's guilt are apparently red herrings, and her selling love potions and poison to people that she knows are going to use it for misdeeds is morally just fine. This doll of Odo must just be for fun. Maybe she uses it with the sex toy skull. But even this wrinkle has a wrinkle. 3 actually. The first is that if Abigail survives Chapter 1, this solution offered by the goddess still doesn't work. It doesn't matter whether Geralt has innocent blood on his hands or not. It's not brought up as a reason for the failure unless Abigail is dead. The second is that this innocent blood problem might not be about innocence at all, and is instead how Abigail's curse is presenting itself to foil your attempt at doing something later in the game, in the same place she would have gone on to inhabit if she hadn't died. The third wrinkle is a much bigger problem in the series. Sometimes making a choice changes more than just what's related to that choice. That was kind of wordy. Here's an example to better explain. Let's say you wake up one morning and you have a glass of orange juice. You then look out the window and it starts to rain. Now we rewind the morning, and instead of orange juice, you decide to have milk. You then look out the window and it's a bright sunny day. Your choice has nothing to do with the weather, but it still made it change. This is how some choices work in this series. I know it sounds dumb, but it's true. Geralt is slipped into another dimension where different things happen now because of a choice that had nothing to do with them. Is that what happened here? I'm not sure. To me, Abigail is absolutely guilty of many things, but maybe not enough to warrant death, and that's why the goddess views it as a stain on Geralt. But then Geralt isn't the one that kills her, so should he truly be responsible? He wanted her to have a fair trial, and it's the villagers that decided to ignore that and go for blood. Geralt was the one cursed though, and away we go again. Like I said, there's a lot to think about here. Isn't talking about The Witcher fun? The fight against the beast is noteworthy in that it's one of the toughest battles in the game, and it's this early on. The only fight I found more difficult than this on hard mode was trying to kill the Striga in Chapter 5 instead of lifting the curse on it. Randomness is a big part of the fight against the beast, since it can inflict pain, which is a status effect that stuns Geralt, but it's different than a stun according to the game because of the spelling. A single swallow regeneration potion is usually enough to get through this fight, although it's not always required if you get lucky with avoiding pain. Curiously, according to the notes you recover on the beast, there's meant to be a question that it asks you before you fight it. If you answer correctly, then the beast is weakened and can be more easily defeated. This beast asks no question, but the fight does come directly after the choice you make between Abigail and the villagers. The boss fight is much easier if you side with the villagers, but gameplay is so unpolished and janky in this game that it's impossible to know if that's intended. Abigail's magic should, in theory, be much more useful, but she usually gets knocked out seconds into the fight. It would have been cool if this decision between Abigail and the villagers was the beast's question all along, but we'll never know. We do find out about the ultimate fate of the outskirts in Witcher 3 though. It's burned to the ground by an invading army, swept away.
I dislike it here.
After all of this, you get a pass to enter the city. You meet up with Shawnee and you both head to the city gate together. Mikkel is there, and, depending on your choices, he may be the only survivor of the main outskirts characters that you interacted with in this chapter. It's here that he betrays you, and after Shawnee conveniently vanishes into thin air after you get here, you're arrested and thrown into the city jail as your warm welcome back to Vizima. So after spending days being trapped outside the city, Geralt finally gets past the quarantine blockade only to be imprisoned and now stuck inside the city. The Witcher series is not without a generous application of irony, especially in Witcher 2. This opening scene is one of the more memorable ones from this game, with the thief bemoaning that he's been lumped in with the politicals because there's a Witcher and an elf in this large cell. This is one of many speeches and phrases that are ripped right from the books. I believe this dialogue is from The Last Wish, the story where Geralt first meets Yennefer, the second most important person in Geralt's life, and one whose name is never spoken in this game, not even once, except for an adventure module. The other memorable part of this scene is the shot when the camera slides between these bars. The professor has also been imprisoned here, but he's being released just after Geralt has been brought in. Again, I feel compelled to point out that the character models are pretty bad, but I still think this shot is cool, and it shows how even back then, CD Projekt still cared deeply about the presentation of their games. It's not just the standard, we want our games to look as good as possible.
Abso-fucking-lutely beautiful.
It's a desire to push presentation forward and have it be a focus. The fully realized city streets of Vizima that we'll be seeing soon also support this commitment. But as Leonardo DiCaprio is fond of saying, let's get back to the models. Witcher 1 doesn't have much variety in its NPCs. It uses the same models for dozens of characters, and the reason we're bringing this up now is because this jail cell has 9 people in it, and 6 of them are the same person. Same model, same voice. I'm going to catch a lot of shit for saying this, but I kind of like this about the game. It adds to that cohesive weirdness of the presentation. In this example, it's like a Super Nintendo RPG, the same model pasted to fill up space and dispense dialogue. Whereas on a case-by-case basis, with the same model coming back individually in different sections of the game, it makes it feel like a stage play performance where the same actor is rushing backstage to change into a different colored outfit for the next time he goes on stage as a different character. This definitely only works because of the strained low-budget charm CD Projekt was working with, and I don't think I'd accept it in a full AAA game, which means it's a good thing there's no way Witcher 3 has the same problem, right? My favorite of these NPC archetypes is the fat Jason Statham. He's usually paired with this voice that sounds like his lungs have been tied together in a bow. Yo-ho, Whitey! We fight for money. I crack up every time this guy is around, and I wish he had been included in the next games. He's in this prison scene too.
Witch creep.
Yo-ho! We fight for money!
The captain of the guard, Vincent Mize, comes to the jail with an offer. Anyone who can slay the cockatrice rampaging in the sewer can go free. Fat Jason Statham volunteers as well as Geralt, and the game misses the incredible opportunity to have this be a buddy monster slayer quest with the best placeholder NPC. Instead, you beat him up and win the right to go kill the monster. This whole scenario feels like the guards wanted to get some free work out of a Witcher that they heard was coming into the city, because honestly, no thief or drunk in here could ever hope to pluck a single feather off a cockatrice and live. But then after you kill the monster, they still pay you on top of the pardon, although maybe that's just paying a much lower amount for the trophy that you bring in. Already the game is expertly setting up the story of Chapter 2. This isn't just filler and fun. You've quietly been introduced to 2 important new characters along with a refresher about the professor, and when you're given a silver Witcher sword that the guard garrison mysteriously has in their possession, you're given a lead to follow about a man named Taller. There was another Witcher in Vizima recently named Berengar. You can read some of his notes on the beast in Chapter 1, and upon receiving this sword, Geralt suspects that it originally belonged to him and that it's likely Berengar is dead. When you drop into the sewers, you watch Geralt adeptly wield his new silver weapon before you get to try it out yourself, and as is the standard for this series, you are met with another interruption immediately instead of these scenes being linked together. There's this awkward moment of control, like the eye of a storm between cutscenes, that abruptly stops just like how I jump from topic to topic. Unrelatedly, let's pause here at meeting Siegfried and talk about something else. Let's talk about the Witcher fantasy some more. Witcher 1 does an excellent job at gamifying the Witcher experience even if the combat is less than stellar. Geralt wears his arsenal in a way that makes him an embodiment of his profession. Sometimes the weapons on your hip slot can look too bulky, but even with that gone, you have the potions on the shoulder, the crossed steel and silver swords on the back, and a small weapon slot. It's a small thing to have these presents all the time, but added with how you can't carry any other weapons in your inventory, it makes them feel much more real. Switching swords is also more meaningful than switching fighting styles. It starts to feel like these weapons are extensions of yourself, which is something Witcher 2 and 3 do even better. You also have a trophy slot to show off your most recent big kill. Then there's meditating, preparing, and alchemy. If you'll forgive the pun, this is where things are much more mixed, across all 3 games, not just this first one. Meditating is the most successful since it adds calm periods between all the noise and monster fighting. Time is way more important in Witcher 1 than it is in the sequels, and so you have to think not just about what you're doing, but also when you're doing it. Admittedly, this can become tedious when you want to do something specific and the time isn't right, but I think this occasional tedium is worth the fantasy weight of the day and night cycle. Potions and preparation are pushed in the opening cinematic. I'm sorry for the indulgence here, but I want to gush about this opening. I've always liked it, but it wasn't until I read the books that I began to admire this intro. For one, it's quite long at over 7 minutes. It perfectly sums up the Witcher fantasy and the type of world this is. Geralt has his ritual down to an almost fetish level of precision. He uses human bait without remorse, he meditates, drinks potions, readies his weapons, and picks the perfect time to fight. He's always in control of this battle. He doesn't draw his sword until 5 minutes in, and then the Striga runs away instead of continuing the fight. Playing the game is nothing like this, but with the limited budget of the first game and its focus on being more of an RPG than an action game, I think it's understandable. It's the later action-focused games that are more disappointing, even if the combat is better, right? It is better, right? What I can't understand is how alchemy is entirely useless outside of the occasional use of Swallow. And even then it's just used to save time. Health regeneration is a part of this game, you just have to pay for it with some basic ingredients to make a potion for the regeneration to be faster. Outside of that, I did not have to brew a potion in any of these 3 games, even on the highest difficulties, Hard in Witcher 1, Dark in Witcher 2, and Death March in Witcher 3. I still did brew some to see how they functioned and to explore that part of the system, but even as optional gameplay tools they were underwhelming. I don't care about this much in the first game because again, it's all about stats and leveling. At best, a potion would grant a short level boost or a temporary talent's worth of bonus.
Goddess said you should look at the time of this video. Goddess said this one video is over 4 hours. Goddess said indeed, he said this is just about the first Witcher game with more to be done. Goddess said dude, this guy is probably the biggest Witcher fan. Goddess said he played all games in the expansion more than once and read the books, and he learned the actual original language just to read the original books. Goddess said how fucking does it lol. Goddess said who I mean. Goddess said tell me about it, but still it's great to just relax and take yourself on a ride by someone who explores every aspect about something I find enriching.
bonus stats, but I feel like the opening cinematic of this game was the target. In all 3 games, considering how in-depth the alchemy system is in all of them, and yet it's a waste of time. That takes away a large part of the hunting preparation phase and the Witcher fantasy, and we can see that here with the cockatrice. This is communicated to you as being a much bigger deal than a basic drowner, and you just run at it and hit it with your sword a bunch of times, then it dies, just like a drowner. Turns out it can be a buddy monster hunt after all though, since this is where you meet Siegfried, who is one of the nicest characters in the game and wants more than anything else to be your Sieg friend. Siegfried is a knight in the Order of the Flaming Rose. They're a monastic military mass mouthful that acts as the forceful arm of the Eternal Fire's interests. They're meant to keep the peace and help the less fortunate, which some of them, like Siegfried, actually do, but there's also that pesky tendency that many orders like this have with setting heretics on fire as an example to others. Siegfried and knights like him hunt monsters for free, which is something Geralt finds offensive. Of course, it's not really for free, since the order is funded through political pressure as they gain power, but that's what Siegfried says, and maybe believes. I'm quite fond of Siegfried, and I think the game handles him well. It's also interesting to note that if this game was made by anyone else, Siegfried would have been the player character. A noble knight that seeks to fight evil, defending the downtrodden, who eventually uncovers the corruption in the order he swore an oath to and then redeems them from within. Instead, you're mutant Geralt. I like that better. The cockatrice poses no real threat whether you team up with Siegfried or not. Regardless, you still go to the exit of the sewers together and are attacked by Salamandra. Siegfried defends you and then poses the question, how did Salamandra know that Geralt was in the sewers? Then you leave and you're finally free to wander the streets of Vizima. The game opens up substantially and you'll probably feel a great relief to finally be somewhere new after so much time in the outskirts. Surprisingly, accepting Siegfried's help in the sewers or turning him away is a minor impactful decision. It will make it easier to get through certain guarded doors in the city later. But the real reason I think this happens is to push you towards seeing Siegfried as an ally. If you accept his help, he'll be present at the gate to the dock and insist that the guards grant you passage, otherwise you'd need to bribe your way through. If you don't accept his help, then he has decided he needs to punish himself for failing in his monster hunt by taking extra guard duty in front of the hospital. He replaces the usual guard there, and once again, you are allowed to go inside unhindered, whereas the original guard would require a bribe. The Order of the Flaming Rose, which is usually just shortened to the Order when you're discussing this game, is one of 2 major factions that will be vying for your support, and Siegfried is your point of contact with the organization. The other is the elf Yavin of the Scoia'tael, and not nearly as much effort is made by the game for you to see him as a friend as with Siegfried. I think there are a few reasons for that. The first is that you just dealt with corruption within the religion of the Eternal Fire when you met the Reverend, so you may be wary of another faction with the same beliefs. A big monolithic group like this also isn't going to garner much sympathy, and so they're made a much more viable option by having Siegfried as the friendly face. And by that I mean the developers are using Siegfried in this way, not that the organization is putting Siegfried up to this in some way to lure Geralt to their side or anything. Yavin and the Scoia'tael don't need a frontman like this to ease you in, since I believe it's everyone's natural tendency to be repulsed by the type of prejudice we see on display in Vizima. The dwarves and elves are treated horribly, and so they will
Goddess said, well, first of all you need to serve your account immediately. Goddess said, change your email password. Goddess said, and then from your email change your account password. Goddess said as long as you're innocent you might be doing fine. Goddess said actually I misread what you were talking about. Goddess said you might not have to do that stuff, but I guess it's safe to do that anyway. Goddess said people can get your Steam ID from Valve games you are playing on. Goddess said or from private servers or anything that uses a server tracker. Goddess said from any game. Goddess said wait so. Goddess said my question is, if they were using your Steam ID, not like your account BUID numerical number? Goddess said if they were on your account that would be really bad, but if they were on another account using your IC how would it work? Goddess said oh then yeah you have to change all your passwords, ultimately you are responsible for your own account security. Goddess said so it's best to show you yourself are being responsible and taking immediate steps to secure it. Goddess said pretty sure you can get in resolved. Goddess said, oh good call, they were able to track the login info. They have your email most likely then. Goddess said, I mean the scammer probably has access to your email because whenever you change login platforms like a PC or an IP, Steam will need verification. Goddess said you can secure your Steam account with a two-step verification, but if you ever lose your phone number like I once did, and I was unable to get the same number, you would be fucked.
Get that sympathy automatically. Reading Sapkowski's books made me hate the elves in this universe, and I vehemently mean that. Here's a sentence you don't hear every day: reading books made me elf racist. I strongly think that cohabitation between humans and elves is a lost cause and that they should give up. The other races and humans are much more likely to succeed in living in peace, but the elves have got to go. Yet I still loathe the conditions I see the elves living in here, and I can't help but feel sorry for them. It's important that every player feels some amount of affinity for either of these groups, or preferably both of them, because much of the main story going forward involves helping either side, or struggling to stay neutral, which is possible to do except for one quest in Chapter 3. I'm going to guess that most players would reject the Order outright on their first playthrough if it weren't for Siegfried, and that's why I think he's so important and that he's handled so well. Your interaction in the sewers appears like just another choice you made with a minor consequence, but it smoothly opens you up to parts of the story. Anytime a game or a story gets more than one use out of something, that's just fantastic. The more the better. Initially, this conflict between the Order and the Scoia'tael has nothing to do with the main goal of retrieving the stolen Witcher secrets. But like most of the side quests feeding into the main quest, almost everything in Witcher 1 collapses into being relevant before the end of the game. Chapter 2 is where many of those seeds are sown, or it's like the story has exhaled a gigantic breath of details which it will now draw back in over the rest of the game. It's not all good though. Chapter 2's main quest is the most complicated quest that I have ever seen in a game. It can start immediately after you leave the sewer and decide to hire a detective to help you uncover who in the city is secretly working for Salamandra, with the heated question, who told them Geralt would be in the sewers, being the spark that sets it all off. While I appreciate how dense this quest is, and it definitely has some great moments, there's a fair helping of stupid bullshit that comes with it. Case in point, you never find out who told Salamandra you were in the sewers. It's so important at the beginning and is why you start the investigation off at all and is then dropped. You're left to assume it was the professor himself who hung around the prison after being released and overheard that Geralt was going cockatrice hunting, and instead of thinking that that's the answer, we have to go hire a detective and go on this big fucking Agatha Christie mystery. The detective lives right next to the sewer entrance in this part of the city, and you're encouraged to see him right away, but you can wander around doing literally every other quest you can find before this instead, and the main quest will wait for you, which is fine, there's nothing wrong with it, it's a nice option. Raymond Marlove is the name of the detective, and he has a vested interest in finding Salamandra too, since they were responsible for killing his wife and son. Apparently Salamandra was trying to mutate people long before they stole the Witcher's secrets, and Raymond's boy was one of those victims. His horribly transformed corpse was found a while after the boy was kidnapped, and no one else made the connection that it was his missing son except for him.
The father has devoted his life to tracking down the murderers.
I hope he finds them.
Over the course of their partnered investigation, Raymond and Geralt will have 6 suspects. These are Lucky Luvarden, loosely leisuring lakeside. We've already met this key player of the region's economy, but is all about him as it seems. A true merchant or a cunning schemer hiding behind the facade of his plain-ass NPC model that 500 other men have in this game. Could he have ties to Salamandra, or perhaps be the mastermind that's funding the whole operation?
There are forces beyond your imagination at work here.
Toothy Taller, Tinker Tailor, Talker Trader, Tutting Taller trots through the Temerian town to 2 tunes, turning tricks, taking trades. He claims he's just a simple fence that knows how to bribe the guards well enough to leave him alone, but he was in possession of a Witcher's sword, one that presumably belonged to an enemy of Salamandra. He cheats at dice and has the tongue of a serpent sailor. Could he be a fence that deals in Salamandra's secrets as well as stolen goods?
Goddamn Dijkstra, a spy.
Cackling Kulkstein.
I'll die laughing!
Charming cordial craftsman, or cruel cold-blooded killer? A seemingly innocuous alchemist in need of your help more than your suspicion, but is this beastly brewer's latest concoction crime? Was his run-in with Salamandra in the outskirts all it seemed to be, or did Geralt just arrive at the wrong time and sacrifices were made to keep this madman's cover?
What do you intend to do about it?
Randy Ramsmeat, roaring renegade running rackets around the region. Self-confessed drug boss, should be a rival of Salamandra and resisting them encroaching on his territory, but can love bloom between a ram and a salamander. Has this king of the underworld turned prince
I
under
can't
the
tell
might
this
of
guy was
Azar
smiling
and
getting
the
at the
professor?
last guy. He was having fun with it.
Whore to you.
Golan Vivaldi, greedy golem gold grubber, vicious Vizima vault viper, a banker with many fingers and even more pies. Is he dealing with humans, the Order, the Scoia'tael, or all 3? Zoltan claims that Vivaldi is a friend, but has this dwarf's latest deals been made with the Salamandra devil?
You suspect me because I'm a dwarf?
Captain of the Guard, Vincent Dick Wolf Mice. It's not him. Throughout this quest, you will interrogate multiple characters, try to meet with a witness who ends up being killed before you can get any solid information out of him, stalk people through the streets, track the history of your silver sword, perform an autopsy without knowing how to do, and maybe break into a crypt, and that's just some of the stuff that happens in the streets of Vizima. You can go back into the sewers and wade through a swamp, too. What you can't do is get to the rest of the city. For now, this temple quarter is all you have to explore. If we check out the map, we can see a big improvement from the circuit style we were forced into in the previous chapter. There are many more ways to get around, and even in the swamp, although it's much larger than the outskirts, it's much more enjoyable to explore because you have more freedom to choose a direct route from most noteworthy locations. My only gripe is how the slum is sectioned off with only one way in or out. The Hairy Bear Inn is at the end of this path, and taverns in this game act as your base of operations. This is where your item storage can be located in each chapter, and it carries over from tavern to tavern. It's also where you can reliably find a resting spot for a small fee, and combined with your stash, makes it the perfect place to brew some potions if you decide to engage with that system. I think a door in the back of the tavern leading up here to where the second floor meets this high street would have worked wonders for cutting down the repetition of running through these slums just to get back here and then running through it again when you want to leave. The game largely gets better about not inconveniencing the player via its streets as the game goes on, but I'm surprised these problems in the first chapters weren't addressed, especially in the Enhanced Edition. Same goes for having to repeatedly select the confirmation that yes, you do indeed want to cross the river via the ferry whenever you want to go to the swamp. Although this one might be a joke, one that wears out its welcome.
How many times are you going to ask me that?
What I really like about Vizima is that it feels like a small part of a much larger city. This is something I'm enjoying more and more in video games, when a condensed slice of a place gives the credible impression that the sprawling world around it is actually real and fully realized if only you get out of bounds, even though the developers only created this tiny part of it. This feeling in Vizima is also helped by how you do get to explore different parts of it later, but even with the cemetery and trade quarter unlocked in Chapter 3, it's still only a fraction of Vizima's true size. Novigrad in Witcher 3 is the most impressive city I have ever seen in a fantasy game, or maybe any game at all, and I will gush about that when we finally get to it, but Vizima manages to be just as real to me by feeling like it belongs in a larger place that truly exists. There are so many people to speak to, so many buildings you can enter, there are 2 markets and people coming and going from other areas in the world. It feels like there are enough homes for the amount of people you see walking around. The streets have gutters that fill with rain, people also run for cover whenever a downpour comes along, NPCs have schedules, they eat and sleep. Considering how rough and rushed this first game clearly is, I find all of this so amazing. The main quest is the same way. I have many complaints about it, the biggest of which we haven't even gotten to yet, but I can't hate it because it's like nothing else I've seen in an RPG. There's just so many layers and options, and so much of it can be rendered obsolete by those decisions. The game responds to your choices and how successful you are at pushing against the boundaries of what you're being told to do. This is how the game springboards off the success of the previous chapter. Now you know that details in this game actually matter and that NPCs are more complex than in most games. They have fully realized lives, backstories, and secrets. Some of these you don't learn until later. For example, Carmen, the mistress of the local brothel, appears like a throwaway character at first who is there to simply dispense a side quest that has you kill Salamandra goons that are harassing her girls at night. But she's also the banished, estranged daughter of the Reverend from Chapter 1, and is currently in a secret relationship with Vincent. These are 2 details that don't even come up in Chapter 2. You can take Carmen as your guest to Shawnee's party and never learn about either of these things about her, and even when you do find out she's the daughter of the Reverend, it's just a low-key revelation. It's not important at all. But it is important to me because it shows so much damn effort in making NPCs more than robotic entities that exist only to serve the player. NPCs with green names usually have more interactions than others, but some of them have way more than others. A homeless shoe shiner and a gardener at the hospital have pages between them, but sometimes blue unnamed NPCs can open dialogue trees as well. The world feels real even though it looks fake.
Were I just a few years younger.
Characters lie to you because why wouldn't they? They can also get pissed off if you say the wrong thing to them, and they won't talk to you until you've been gone for a while. They don't abide by the same laws that many other video game NPCs follow. You're the famous White Wolf, Witcher Geralt, on an important mission. Yeah, so what, says Vincent and Thaler and Ramsmeet and Kalkstein and Vivaldi and Luvarden. They have their own plans and schemes and they have no idea if you're a friend or a foe. Do something for them if you want something in return, but don't be surprised if they continue to keep you at arm's length. Maybe you're working for Evil Salamander after all, how the hell do they know otherwise? The game is built around every character acting in accordance to their own limited perspective. Beautifully, this is exactly how it is in the books and the larger world of The Witcher. Information isn't always reliable. There are lore books in this game that lie to you because CD Projekt thought about how these books would actually be created, by flawed sources with unreliable perspectives or dishonest ambitions. I can 100% confirm for you that humans aren't originally from this world, but this book in the game is going to tell you otherwise. Elvish propaganda, it's got to be. Magic is the source of all evil. Witchers don't have feelings, they're emotionless mutants. Witcher 1 wants so badly for you to pay attention to all of this and engage in thinking deeply about its world and stories. The problem comes up when your potential choices don't match or aren't presented reasonably. Clearing the names of the suspects on your list is not a fair task, and it's done so awkwardly by Geralt ranting off information in the suspect's face and then concluding whether or not they're innocent. The double flaw here is that sometimes this is done with ridiculous leaps of faith, and even after Geralt is satisfied that he's correct, you can later learn that he wasn't, yet the quest slashes off a name like your Sherlock Holmes moved on from the Hounds of the Outskirts to your latest, greatest deduction. You learn that Vivaldi has lost control of his bank. The professor was released from jail at the beginning due to bail money being provided from said bank, but learning that Vivaldi isn't in charge of it anymore is the instant trigger for him being concluded innocent. There could be much more going on with this, like a double deception or it being used as a cover to move money, but no, innocent for sure. Luvarden can be cleared when you find someone buying Salamandra badges at the Hairy Bear and pressure them successfully for info about who they work for. Apparently, Luvarden buying these badges is enough to deem him innocent, even though he could be using these purchases as a front on Salamandra's behalf to discover any enemies they have that are killing their people. Vincent Mize is crossed off if you discover one of Ramsmeet's men named Coleman is an informant for him against Salamandra, which doesn't mean anything really since Vincent could still be working for more than one group. Ramsmeat himself, as well as Kalkstein, are a bit trickier and the best of the 6.
Oh, so you believe it's not me?
Toller is the most bizarre. Proving his innocence on your own requires that you decide to stalk a mysterious man through Vizima at night so you can see him enter Toller's house to sell some stolen goods, definitively proving that Toller really is the fence he claims to be. There's no clue at all that this man is related to Toller or the quest, or that Toller's position as a fence is even doubted enough to warrant proving, or that proving it even means that he's not working for Salamandra on top of being a fence. But this is the final piece of the grand puzzle for Geralt to determine his innocence, and to top it all off, it's wrong. Toller is a Temerian spy pretending to be a fence to help keep the peace in the city. He's King Foltest's right-hand man and is here trying to prevent the political situation in Vizima from getting any worse, which is a conflict Geralt isn't aware of yet. You may have already picked up on the problem. This quest isn't about appeasing any in-game logic, it's just about Geralt. All that matters is if Geralt believes it. And maybe that makes much of this weirdness palatable for some of you, but I find it frustrating because Geralt leaps to these conclusions without you and then sticks to them. You're in total control of this character until all of a sudden, like it's an exorcism, he starts spewing dialogue out of nowhere that you might strongly disagree with.
That concludes your investigation? I'm almost disappointed.
The big punchline I haven't revealed yet is that none of your 6 suspects are working for Salamandra. After all of this, all of them are innocent. The true culprit? Raymond the detective that you hired to help, but it's also not Raymond. There's a wounded Salamandra bandit in the hospital that has information and is willing to cooperate as a witness. When you visit him, you're attacked by Ramsmeat's thugs, so all you have time to hear is the witness say the name Kalkstein. After you confront Kalkstein about this and are rebuked for not having any stronger evidence, a phase change occurs in the quest and Raymond is attacked by Salamandra when you next visit him. You come to his rescue and he decides he has to leave for a while to lose their trail, and this is the last time you ever see him. When Raymond returns, it's not the real Raymond, it's Azar Javed using a magical disguise. I need you to understand how difficult it is to grasp all the intricacies of this quest. I had to do a ton of testing with different suspects and quest phases to find out when this attack on Raymond occurs, and I'm still not entirely sure that this Kalkstein trigger is the only one that causes it. It seems to have to be this one because when fake Raymond comes back, he wants Geralt to perform an autopsy on the now dead witness you spoke to in the hospital, which is a whole other complicated mess all on its own. I had to do similar testing on every suspect to see where the progression points were, and to make it worse, there's multiple ways that you can clear some suspects. At this stage of the chapter, you can work out that Raymond has been replaced by exploring the cemetery, but the cemetery is so hard to get into that many people who play this game never enter it during Chapter 2 on their first playthrough. You need to clear either Toller or Vincent to gain access to the cemetery, and after doing so, you can find the corpse of the real Raymond laying in a bricked up part of a crypt. But wait, there's more. There are 2 other ways you can learn the truth. One is by clearing the names of enough people on the list. On my second playthrough, Geralt just blurted it out after concluding that Luvardin was innocent. I actually screamed aloud, "How do you know that?" after this happened, because it made no goddamn sense. We hadn't even done the autopsy scene yet, and Geralt leaps to Raymond being magically replaced. You can actually go and confront not Raymond after this in what is one of the funniest scenes in the whole game. It is so painfully, utterly obvious that Geralt has figured out the ruse as he asks question after question, and yet Azar Javed keeps providing stupidly snide answers until blatantly warning Geralt, "Are you sure you want to do this?" And then you die if you don't let it go, but you can still just solve the mystery with him if you do let it go, like all these questions are for nothing. There's no winning this fight either, you just die, even though the main goal of the game and this chapter is to defeat this guy in a fight. Something similar happens earlier in the chapter when Raymond is still Raymond. The professor and his gang is waiting outside for Geralt, and he decides to eavesdrop and then lets the professor go, even though his main goal here is to catch the professor. This isn't about avoiding a fight either, because then you kill the whole gang immediately just after the professor casually gets to leave. It's bizarre.
Indeed.
The final way to learn that Raymond has been replaced is the autopsy. This is also the way you clear Ramsmeat and Kalkstein from your suspect list, apart from actually finding the corpse of the real Raymond, of course. The autopsy is a perfect specimen to sum up Witcher 1 since it's both brilliant and terrible at the same time. The idea behind it is so good and its implementation mostly succeeds, but the flaws are glaring. Let's begin. Shawnee is required to act as your coroner. You also need to retrieve the body from the gravedigger in exchange for a bottle of dwarven alcohol. There are multiple ways that you can prepare for this procedure. You can purchase a book on forensic science and, unbeknownst to you on your first time through, another book called Zeracanian Insects and Other Vermin. There are also NPC sources for this information from these books. The constant gardener outside the hospital can fill the same hole in Geralt's memory about the foreign insects, and in what is by
Goddess said, let's be honest, this game is massively impressive. Goddess said there is so much shit in this game. Goddess said, well guys, I think I'm gonna pass out and sleep. I will be back on. Goddess said, whenever I wake up again. Goddess said I might play some Black Desert. Goddess said, don't know, I got a void of time to fill in. Why am I hungry again so soon? Goddess said, well guys, thanks so much for watching. I hope you had fun. I will be back later today.